The Championship. It's a cool breezy day today, bit of cloud around as well, and we will be starting on time though. Derbyshire will be recommencing their second innings on 329 for 6, which means they have a lead of 316. It's a case now of just how much longer they will bat on for. So we'll be on air fully from 1:45, and in a few minutes time you can hear an interview with the Durham skipper Scott Borthwick as well.
Deploy hits back-to-back tons as Derbyshire take the reins. Late runs and wickets from Chris Rushworth gave Durham a slight advantage heading into the third day of play at the Sayat Unique Riverside. Derbyshire's second innings underway, but Godalming and night watchman Connors had already departed, leaving them 19 for 2, leading by just 6. And Durham turned the screw early. Lewis Rees pinned in front by Salisbury. A brain fade from the batter. Derbyshire in a spot of bother now at 23 for 3. Madsen tried to add some stability, but couldn't mount the recovery. LBW to Rushworth, who had 10 in a match for the 5th time in his career. Deploy and Guest were wary. It hadn't been going to plan for Derbyshire so far, and they were the batters asked to try and rebuild. They moved to score past 50, up to the mark with a lovely drive from the keeper. The confidence grew with the score. It was heading now for 100. And it was up to 103 for 4 at the break. The day not off to the best of starts, but the lead was now 90 and the recovery was on. And the partnership flourished after lunch. Guest the first of the duo to move to 50. His came from 122 deliveries. And Deploy followed with the very next ball, racing to his in almost half the time of his partner, up to the mark with the 9th 4 of his innings. The 5th wicket partnership were putting a spanner in the works for Durham, worth 100 off 167 balls, evenly shared between the two Derbyshire batters, who soon moved the score beyond 150, a fine rebuilding job put on by the pair, ensuring Derbyshire still had more than a chance in this match. Try as they might, Durham couldn't separate them, and before long, they had 200 on the board. The score was up to 225 for 4 at the break, and the lead was now 212. Derbyshire in the ascendancy heading into the final session of the day. And their dominance continued after the break. Deploy with back-to-back hundreds when he pushed a single into the leg side off the bowling of Scott Borthwick. It had been quite a few weeks for the Derbyshire number 6, and Guest joined him on 3 figures with the next ball. The shot, almost a carbon copy of Deploy's before him. He'd taken 216 balls to reach the mark. The 200 partnership was an inevitability. Deploy, the man to take them there. The lead grew, as did the Durham frustration. Derbyshire beyond 250, and they had the chance to set their hosts a really tricky target now. The lead was up to 271 when Durham finally had the wicket they were desperate for. Rushworth with yet another important one. Deploy out for 134. Cartwright steered them beyond 300 with 2 off the bowling of Ben Rain, but Brooke Guest wouldn't be able to stick with him for long, out LBW for 116. Derbyshire marched on all the way through to the close, the score now 329 for 6, and their lead already a competitive 316. They'll probably look to add a few more before giving Durham the chance to reply, but heading into day 4, it's the visitors who look the most likely.
Well, Scott, we've seen quite a lot of days like this one this year, haven't we? Lively mornings, quiet afternoons where there's not much happening for the bowlers. The new ball comes along, things pick up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, we were brilliant that first hour, at 36 for 4. I'm thinking we could get another couple now, and it's 50 for 6, and you kick on from there. But look, 2 good players got in, and I think once the ball got past 30-40 overs old, it got quite hard for bowlers. Which is a good thing for us. I think that's what we've got to think as a batting unit going into that last day. But look, I thought the efforts from the bowlers we give is all we've got, I guess. I thought Rainey, Rushy and Sol were brilliant. Young Stan ran in hard, gave us plenty of energy. But yeah, look, we give everything, but like I said, 2 good players got in and played really well on a good pitch.
We're discussing in commentary about that sort of 30-40 over period when you know the ball's not going to offer much to the bowlers anymore. And the analogy I would use is it's like a drive to Las Vegas. You've got hours across the desert where nothing's going on, and you know there's excitement to come, and that excitement's normally when the new ball comes.
Yeah, there's probably a few of our bowlers wish they were in Vegas, I think, at times. But yeah, good way of putting it. But I think on a good pitch, and it is a good pitch, you've just got to be really honest and keep the stumps in play and keep it as dry as possible. And I thought we did that. I mean, we never really let the run rate get away from us. It was always between 2.5 and 3 and over, which I think is all we can do when it's like that with the attack we have. I mean, you can chuck in a Cars or a Potts and into that attack with a bit of extra pace, and then things might happen. But with the attack we have, when it's that flat and the ball gets soft, it's just about building pressure and trying to create chances that way. And I thought we did that really well today. Couple of half chances didn't quite go our way. That run out was a bit disappointing as well when I threw it to T-Mac and he dropped it. And you need everything to go your way on pitches like this, and we didn't quite get the rub of the green. But look, like I said earlier on, as a batting unit, we've got to believe that we can chase anything on here. That was the whole reason why bowling first. We've tried batting first a lot of times here, and getting 10 wickets on day 4 is very hard. So look, we've got to believe we can chase anything tomorrow.
Great partnership from Brooke Guest and Lewis Deploy getting centuries in both innings. I mean, 248 I think's their best stand against Durham, and certainly on this ground as well. But it's funny because although they have a lead of 316, you can't envisage for 1 minute they would declare overnight. So they're going to have to bat tomorrow, and then that takes time out of the game, doesn't it? So already we're probably looking at the prospect of another draw.
Well, look, I mean, they'll probably won't declare because they've probably seen results here throughout the season, and like I said, and we said this 3 days ago, look, if we had to get 350 on the last day, that's probably easier than trying to get 10 wickets on the last day. So we're in a position which we thought we might be in, and like I said, if you've seen today, if 2 good players get in, they can score quite freely. I mean, it's one side's quite small, and look, we've got to believe that we can chase anything, and we're at that stage of the season now where we do need to start winning games of cricket. So we will be trying to win the game. That's just where we are. We need to win games. We want to get into that Division 1 next year. We want to get in that top 2, and we want to start winning games. And like I said to you, we think the easiest way to win the game is by potentially chasing rather than getting 10 wickets.
And finally, we talked about a load of old balls a few weeks ago, and I know the ECB were talking to Dukes about the quality of the cricket balls. They've got through a load more in this match as well, and I know they were trying to send out new batches, but nothing really seems to have changed, has it?
No, it hasn't actually. I mean, we've changed 4 or 5 already, just us in this 2 innings, and I think Derby changed a couple as well, and they're just not shining up as well as they normally do. I mean, I know we can't have any saliva on the ball, but
What do you think that's making a big difference?
Potentially. I mean, look, Rushy and Rainey sweat like mad, and they get a lot of moisture off their back sweat on their brow. So there is a bit of moisture going into the ball, but they're not shining up nowhere near as well as they have done. But they just go quite soft quite quickly, and then when they go soft, they're more likely to go out of shape. But yeah, look, they haven't been great. I said this about a couple of months ago. Like, they just haven't been great, and I'm not the only captain or only bowler that's saying it. And I think everyone around the country is saying the same thing, including the test bowlers.
Close, I spoke to the Durham skipper, Scott Borthwick. Well, Scott, we've seen quite a lot of days like this one this year, haven't we? Lively mornings, quiet afternoons where there's not much happening for the bowlers. The new ball comes along, things pick up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, we were brilliant that first hour, at 36 for 4. I'm thinking we could get another couple now, and it's 50 for 6, and you kick on from there. But look, 2 good players got in, and I think once the ball got past 30-40 overs old, it got quite hard for bowlers, which is a good thing for us. I mean, that's what we've got to think as a batting unit going into that last day. But look, I thought the efforts from the bowlers we give is all we've got, I guess. I thought Rainey, Rushy and Sols were brilliant. Young Stan ran in hard, gave us plenty of energy. But yeah, look, we give everything, but like I said, 2 good players got in and played really well on a good pitch.
We're discussing in commentary about that sort of 30-40 over period when you know the ball's not going to offer much to the bowlers anymore. And the analogy I would use is it's like a drive to Las Vegas. You've got hours across the desert where nothing's going on, and you know there's excitement to come, and that excitement's normally when the new ball comes. Yeah,
there's probably a few of our bowlers wish they were in Vegas, I think, at times. But yeah, good way of putting it. But I think on a good pitch, and it is a good pitch, you've just got to be really honest and keep the stumps in play and keep it as dry as possible. And I thought we did that. I mean, we never really let the run rate get away from us. It was always between 2.5 and 3 and over, which I think is all we can do when it's like that with the attack we have. I mean, you can chuck in a Cars or a Potts and into that attack with a bit of extra pace, and then things might happen. But with the attack we have, when it's that flat and the ball gets soft, it's just about building pressure and trying to create chances that way. And I thought we did that really well today. Couple of with half chances didn't quite go our way. That run out was a bit disappointing as well when I threw it to T-Mac and he dropped it. And you need everything to go your way on pitches like this, and we didn't quite get the rub of the green. But look, like I said earlier on, as a batting unit, we've got to believe that we can chase anything on here. That was the whole reason why bowling first. We've tried batting first a lot of times here, and getting 10 wickets on day 4 is very hard. So look, we've got to believe we can chase anything tomorrow.
Great partnership from Brooke Guest and Lewis Deploy getting centuries in both innings. I mean, 248 I think's their best stand against Durham, and certainly on this ground as well. But it's funny because although they have a lead of 316, you can't envisage for 1 minute they would declare overnight. So they're going to have to bat tomorrow, and then that takes time out of the game, doesn't it? So already we're probably looking at the prospect of another draw.
Well, look, I mean, they'll probably won't declare because they've probably seen results here throughout the season, and like I said, and we said this 3 days ago, look, if we had to get 350 on the last day, that's probably easier than trying to get 10 wickets on the last day. So we're in a position which we thought we might be in, and like I said, if seen today, if 2 good players get in, they can score quite freely. I mean, it's one side's quite small, and look, we've got to believe that we can chase anything, and we're at that stage of the season now where we do need to start winning games of cricket. So we will be trying to win the game. That's just where we are. We need to win games. We want to get into that Division 1 next year. We want to get in that top 2, and we want to start winning games. And like I said to you, we think the easiest way to win the game is by potentially chasing rather than getting 10 wickets.
And finally, we talked about a load of old balls a few weeks ago, and I know the ECB were talking to Dukes about the quality of the cricket balls. They've got through a load more in this match as well, and I know they were trying to send out new batches, but nothing really seems to have changed, has it?
No, it hasn't actually. I mean, we've changed 4 or 5 already, just us in this 2 innings, and I think Derby changed a couple as well, and they're just not shining up as well as they normally do. I mean, I know we can't have any saliva on the ball, but
But do you think that's making a big difference?
Potentially. I mean, look, Rushy and Rainey sweat like mad, and they get a lot of moisture off their back sweat on their brow. So there is a bit of moisture going into the ball, but they're not shining up nowhere near as well as they have done. But they just go quite soft quite quickly, and then when they go soft, they're more likely to go out of shape. But yeah, look, they haven't been great. I said this about a couple of months ago. Like, they just haven't been great, and I'm not the only captain or only bowler that's saying it. And I think everyone around the country is saying the same thing, including the Test boys.
Scott Borthwick, who I had a chat with last night. So what we'll give today, interestingly, in my preview of the day's play, I was saying everybody I've spoken to, nobody seems to be backing their team to win. I think the likelihood is probably a draw. Dave's alongside. What do you reckon, Dave?
I'm not backing anybody.
There you are. That backs up what I said.
Well,
Yeah.
and I did a piece at half 10. The whole problem is, isn't it? If they bat for 10 overs, they only have 4 overs with the second new ball. We've seen what the new ball does. But if they only bat for 6 overs, so they get 8 overs with the new, they probably haven't got enough runs. And they didn't show any signs last night. Well, the last 5 overs, 21 runs. Anecdotes 15 from 42. They didn't really show any attacking intent, did they?
No.
So,
in that interview there that I've just played, Scott Borthwick saying with the small boundary he would back Durham to be able to chase a target of, say, something like 350, given how poor the batting was in the T20. Now they hardly got any runs at all. I don't know where that would come from, but they do have Alex Lees back, I suppose. We've seen a bit of what he's done in the tests recently, but Maddinson, I suppose, can...
Well, the batsmen would probably do better second time around, but would you be able to rely on the tail as they did, or the lower order batsmen as they did in the first innings? Durham, they all batted absolutely beautifully to get them up into a small lead. That was the moment at which the game effectively ended, when Durham got parity and just beyond. They either needed to be 100 behind or 100 in front.
Yeah.
To be 16 or whatever it was, 13 in front was neither here nor there. So we effectively had a two-day game. Derbyshire managed to bat the whole of the first of those 2 days without losing a wicket. So, no, not without losing a wicket, without losing all their wickets.
I've asked people for their predictions. There's not much positivity out there.
No.
Damien says declare at lunch, but Durham all out. I am not convinced by our batting at all this year. He says Durham will be out by tea. Well, I don't think that'll happen. Enjoying life again says I think Durham might lose, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed for a draw. Rollo just says my prediction is it's all rubbish.
It's not much of a prediction, but well done.
Bernard says a draw at 5 p.m. So there you are.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that 5 o'clock might be about the time that we finish. I could get home for 9 o'clock tonight. You never know.
Yeah. Will the takeaway still be open?
I'm hoping so. No, I might nip into the supermarket. I might not eat. Depends how the chili con carne goes at lunchtime. Chili con carne in a box. I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be quite the challenge, isn't it? NASA or no NASA.
Well, I had to soak some shorts the other day with some stain remover after some of day one's lunch exploded all over me. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah.
Well, we're going to find out, aren't we? We're going to find out the intent. We'll know in the first 2 overs roughly which way this game is going to go. Because if these two come out and go all guns blazing, they're going to score some runs, or they're going to get out. If they get out, we're down to the last couple of batsmen. So.
Yeah. Well, it's a cool day, isn't it? It's quite
freezing. Absolutely.
It feels a bit autumnal today.
I've got my long trousers on and everything. What's going on?
So we've got this cool breeze from the northwest, and it's quite overcast. There's some thick clouds sitting above us. A little bit gloomy at the moment as well. I'm just wondering if at some point we might see the floodlights coming on. We shall see. But there were quite a few people on the forums the other day complaining that it felt like Durham had the worst of the batting conditions because it was really gloomy when their innings started, wasn't it? And
it was.
And a bit humid, a bit of dampness in the air.
Yeah. Of course, if they'd have done the opposite to what they did when they won the toss, they'd have had the best of the batting conditions. So you pay your money and you take your choice.
Yeah, well, that was what
that's the glory
Scott
of
Borthwick said. He said
he'd
seen how difficult it is to take 10 wickets on the final day here, and felt run chasing was more probable than taking 10 wickets.
No, fair play. As long as he's got a plan, I don't mind what he does.
Right then, 2 minutes to.
They'll not start early, will they? Might as well start early.
Yeah. They're all out there, ready to rock and roll. Get on with it.
I think everybody's in who's coming.
Get on with it. There's a few people in coats today. It's generally been t-shirts and shorts all week, isn't it? But,
no, it's definitely markedly cooler.
It says 17 degrees
16
today.
degrees in Manchester.
Right. You're not altered where you live. Not altered that.
I didn't alter it. I'm not going to go around the country altering the damn thing.
It's saying 17 degrees Chesley Street. Expect light rain tomorrow.
Oh, okay. And then next Tuesday, when Derbyshire begin their game against Notts, they'll be in the right slap bang in the middle of the hot weather warning. Stay in your homes, except if you're 11 players with hats on.
Yeah. Right, Ben Rain starting the day then. Right arm over from the Finkel end. And bowling to Hilton Cartwright, who resumes on 25. Partnership of 28 so far with Anuj Dal, who has 15. Let's remind ourselves of Dal's average again.
Well, from the last, including the last 4 games of last season and all the games he's played this season, he's averaging over 90. And all of those runs have come either batting at 7 or 8.
Right.
Which is truly remarkable, really.
Came in at 8 this time, didn't he?
Yeah.
Was he 8 when he got his night?
7 in the first innings, yeah, with the night watchman.
In comes Rain and bowls, and played back to him by Cartwright once again.
No aggression yet.
No. Burnett says, I thought the item on Look North with Stanley, the son of BBC reporter Danny, he says, but it's Mark, was a good watch, especially when his mother mentioned smelly socks. So many parents and others helping children aspire to play sports, and one makes it to a professional level. Yeah. Rain to Cartwright, wide of off stump, a waft from the batsman and playing a miss. We saw smelly socks yesterday, didn't we?
We did. There was one.
Jonathan Bushnell had to come and get a sock off Chris Rushworth. We don't know where the sock came from.
Or where it went.
But it was during play.
Danny McAlinden was a boxer, wasn't he?
Danny McAlinden was a boxer.
Back in the day, I believe so.
Well, Mark, Stanley's dad, is the Cumbria correspondent for Look North, but he is a massive cricket fan, and I remember being down at Lords for the 2014 final when Durham beat Warwickshire in the One Day Cup. As that Rain comes in and bowls, and this is whipped away off through mid-wicket, and 1 run there to Cartwright, and Mark came to cover the game for Look North that day and was in his element, being able to do a story on cricket. So, and he's watched his sons playing a lot. Certainly he's ferrying Stanley round across the north, Carlisle, Cumbria, Newcastle, South North. I think it's Chestney Street he's been playing for this year. .330 for 6, the lead 317. In comes Rain, bowls. This is pushed away towards point. Dahl looking for a single, and Cartwright says, no, get back where you are, because the ball had gone straight to Maddinson. Cartwright plays for West Australia, and the Perth Scorchers, who won the Big Bash this year. Maddinson is from West Australia, but then moved to Victoria. Rain's pulling in. Second slip. He's brought him in towards a gully, so Scott Borthwick's more along at second slip with Beddingham in the gully, and he takes a great diving stop there down to his right, ball bouncing just in front of him. End of the over, so 1 run added in that first over of the day.
Thank you everybody for the question.
From the left hand, Chris Rushworth.
Enjoying life, says Durham need to turn up second innings because they didn't in the first innings. Well, they did eventually, and they ended up with a fractional lead, didn't they? Chris Rushworth, ball in hand, gloomy, can't even make out the definition of his face at the moment. He's coming in here from the Lumley end, right arm over to Cartwright, who defends. 1 run in the first 7 balls.
More than enough.
David.
Well, no show of aggression yet.
No. Just waiting for the news bulletin to swing our way.
Anujdal tried an aggressive shot, but it was nicely stopped in the slips, wasn't it?
330 for 6. Rushworth in, and Cartwright hooks, and that's away for 4 past long leg.
Hello.
That's a bit of intent.
There we go. Yeah, you just wonder. It's all about the second new ball for me. So they can only bat really for 8 overs. If they only bat for 8 overs, there would be 88 left, and then that would involve maths after that. So I'm out.
Well, hang on, you'd lose 2 for the change of innings.
Yes, they would. So there'd be 6. 86 overs. Is that enough?
Rushworth bowls. This is played towards the covers. No run there. An attempted run out from Borthwick, but it bounces over the target at the non-striker's end.
We're going to calculator out. 350.
Right, here we go.
86.
It's a little bit overcast and chilly today, has a sort of autumnal feel to things. Derbyshire resuming their second innings. They were 329 for 6 overnight and leading by 316. They've had 5 runs this morning. We're wondering when they might declare, as that's just carved away for 4 down to third man there by Cartwright, and maybe set up a run chase for Durham. But I can't really find anybody in the media centre or anyone else who I've spoken to believes their side will win this today. So I think the money might be on a draw. We'll see how things pan out, though. You never know. We've seen some incredible run chases in recent weeks at an international level. Can something be copied like that here today? Commentary on the BBC website and the sports app.
Yeah, well, I think if Durham had Ben Stokes playing for them, I don't think Derbyshire would declare before tea.
No. And Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah.
And Joe Root.
And yes.
It's a pity none of them were available for this game, isn't it?
Yes.
Particularly Bairstow and Root.
None or some.
Yeah.
Certainly. Did I see Matty Potts out there this morning?
Well, he was here yesterday. He might have been. He was. Did he have a white ball in his hand this morning? Did he?
I think
yes.
he did.
I wonder if he's going to be named in the England ODI squad for the South Africa series. Rushworth in here to Cartwright, played out into the covers, and a throw at the stumps, hits the stumps at the bowler's end from Borthwick.
Nice.
Nice shot.
But yeah, I thought I saw him. Did he? No, this is.
He was here yesterday.
This is a long shot. He played in the 100 last year. Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Did he play for the London Spirit at Lord's? Can you remember?
I don't know.
Because the person who I thought might have been Matty Potts had a very long conversation and a big hug with Lewis Rees, who was at London Spirit last year, and I can't think of anywhere else that they'd know each other from.
Unless maybe they met at Woodall Services one day or something. Rushworth in. Oh, and an attempted cut there from Cartwright. The ball's risen up.
He's showing some intent now, though, Cartwright, isn't he? 2 4s off the over from Rushworth, and Rushworth has been particularly frugal.
I'm trying to think which franchise Matty was at last year.
Well, if he was, I reckon if he was at the London Spirit, it was definitely him. It looked
Northern Superchargers.
Okay, so.
Hang on. What about England Lions call-ups?
No, Lewis
training camps? No,
Lewis hasn't had any of those. I mean, they may have come across each other over the course and just enjoyed each other's company. Who knows? I mean. Is he a university graduate, Potts?
No,
because Rees was at Leeds, I think. Ben Rain from the Finkel end bowls to Anujdal, who tries to turn it into the leg side, can only push it back to the bowler.
They might have been at some kind of development
squad
thing,
true enough.
At Loughborough or something.
Yeah, I think Rees is a little bit older than Potts, so.
Well, I saw Matty Potts make his debut. It was on General Election Day in 2017 down at Canterbury.
Well, he's definitely older than him, because how old was he then?
17.
Teenager, yeah. Lewis Rees is considerably older than him then. Slip in a gully or a first and third slip, something like that, as Dahl can only defend this next ball straight back to Ben Rain.
I remember asking Paul Collingwood who he was, and Paul Collingwood, who was the skipper.
He said, I'm Paul Collingwood.
Paul Collingwood, who was the skipper at the time, said to me, I thought you might be able to tell me. So he said this young fresh-faced lad turned up who he'd not really seen in action, and he asked him in the dressing room, "Are you any good then?" And Matty Potts apparently reeled off all of his statistics and achievements.
Next delivery from Rain is guided out into the offside for a single. Fielded out there by McAlinden. Dahl moves on to 16, 339 for 6.
He's a confident lad, Matty. He's a nice lad as well.
Yeah.
And he went to St Robert of Newminster School, which is just along the road from here, just on the edges of Washington. And one of the other pupils who went there was Jordan Pickford.
Ah.
So
I had a message earlier this week saying, why is there somebody who looks like Jordan Henderson on the Durham team picture? I have no idea who that would be if it wasn't him. And I haven't seen the picture. In comes Rain and bowls as an attempt to pull this into the leg side. It comes off a bottom edge of Cartwright's bat and dribbles into the slip cord. But he has clearly been sent out there to hit the ball very, very hard.
Jordan Henderson, the Liverpool school.
Yeah, but he's from these parts, isn't he?
Well, he went to school with Scott Borthwick.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Is he on the team?
Well, no. Somebody who looks like him.
Oh,
Martin,
okay.
listen, just listen. Somebody sent me a message saying there's somebody who looks like Jordan Henderson on the Durham team picture. Is it Jordan Henderson? And if it isn't, there's somebody who looks like Jordan Henderson who's on the team picture. I haven't seen a team picture, so I have no idea what I was talking about, really. Here's Ben Rain in a balls to Cartwright, who pulls him into the leg side for 4. Out towards the wide, long on boundary. Cartwright has certainly got it on him so far this morning. He moves to 38, Derbyshire to 343 for 6. The lead is 330. If they were asked to chase 350 in 86 overs, it would be over just over 4 runs and over, which is around the kind of area that you might expect. One bit of news for Derbyshire supporters is that George Scrimshaw makes his England Lions debut, an official debut. It's a proper 11 versus 11 game today at New Road, and he is in the side, skippered by Tom Abel. Thank you to Stephen for flagging that one up to me back at the county ground. The slip is now being removed. They've decided that they're going to just have plenty of people on the leg side. They've got 1, 2, 3, and there's going to be a 4th, I think, on the leg side boundary. No, there's only 3 on the leg side boundary. The mid wicket is David Beddingham. He's reasonably close. Scott Borthwick's come at least halfway back at mid on, and this one is defended down the ground, and Borthwick has to run in to do the fielding. And Cartwright picks up another single to move to 39. Even though it says it was a dot ball on the scoreboard. Well, it wasn't a dot ball, was it? Because they ran a single. Cartwright moves on to 39 by my reckoning, and Derbyshire are 344 for 6, leading by 331. I reckon that'll be changed in a minute.
I can't see anyone who looks like Jordan Henderson.
No? Okay. Might just be nonsense then.
Unless it's Bryden Cars, perhaps.
Thought it might just be a cricket fan who'd sneaked in unawares.
Yeah. Well, Scott and Jordan are pals, apparently.
Yeah.
Plains Farm School, was it they went to? Or in Sunderland?
He was a Sunderland player, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Anderson? Yeah.
I saw his debut at Chelsea. Sunderland got hammered 5-0. I think Jordan Henderson was 17 or 18 at the time, and what a place to make your debut.
Yeah.
Chris Rushworth then bowling here now to Cartwright, who cuts that one down towards the point boundary for 1 run. And it was Roy Keane who threw him in, and after the game somebody said, why did you put a young lad like him in there? And he said, well, he needs the experience. We weren't going to win the game, he said, but at least he's got the experience. The lad will go far. And then
we came down here with the express intention of conceding 5.
What a day that was. I went down with my dad and a couple of his mates, set off quite early in the morning in the car.
Nice.
Booked into a hotel near Heathrow. So Rushworth bowls. This is played out into the covers by Dahl, no run. Couldn't find the hotel, kept seeing it, couldn't work out how to get into it, and after driving round and round Heathrow for about an hour and a half, we suddenly thought, we need to be over at the ground now, because we were meant to be having a meal in one of the restaurants. So got across to the ground, parked in a street near Stamford Bridge, put 16 quid in the meter. went to have our meal. Alex Stewart was there with his dad, sitting on the same table, so I was chatting to him. And anyway, Sunderland got hammered 5-0. It's Rushworth bowls. Quick single. Oh, good throw at the stump. Oh, just misses the target there from Rain up at mid-off. Risky single, but they're obviously trying to put some runs on the board now, Derbyshire.
Well, I think Dale's trying to give Cartwright the strike here.
Yeah. Anyway, we came out the ground. It was chucking it down. We got soaked going back to the car, and there was an £80 parking ticket.
Ooh.
And the sign said, residents parking only or pay at the meter.
Yeah.
So we thought, right, well, pay at the meter. But you weren't allowed to pay at the meter between half an hour here and 5 minutes there or something like that. It was really, really confusing. Oh, get after that. Cartwright's absolutely hammered that one out towards Cow Corner, and that's gone for 4. Well, that made a nice noise, didn't it?
It did. Absolutely did. He was 25 off 49 deliveries overnight. The 350's up for Derbyshire, so that's disappeared off the board. He's now moved on to 44 off 64. So he's definitely getting on with it here. Hilton Cartwright, they must have a plan. Cunning or otherwise. Leads 337.
Rushworth in again. And bowls. It's a bouncer. Cartwright just ducks under it. Goes through to the keeper.
The number to keep an eye on is the minimum overs. It's 92.1, so a declaration now would leave them 90. That would be 10. No, it wouldn't. It would be 8 overs with a new ball. No, it would be 10. Fool.
Yeah, so that was an £80 parking ticket. 5-0 defeat. Soaked.
Did you find the hotel?
No, because we got in the car, and then the other 3 people I was with said, do that for a game of soldiers, let's just go home.
Shot.
Oh, nice shot. That's over pitched on off stump and hammered away, driven past mid off for 4 to the castle stand. Partnership of 53 now from these two in 98 balls.
Most of them have come this morning, I think.
Yeah, so I think the hotel rooms were paid for and the hotel was never used. Never got anywhere near it. So I thought, well, if they're heading back up, it's going to be the best part of 10 hours in the car today, so I got them to drop me off in the Midlands and went to visit some relatives. There you are, Jordan Henderson's debut.
But he's not on the team picture.
No.
I'm glad I mentioned it, though.
Paul says, hi Marty and Dave, greetings from a fairly sunny and warm Costa del Hartlepool.
Warm?
I'm still testing positive for COVID, so I'll be with you for the duration. I suspect the game will be another draw, but never say never. If I don't get a chance later, many thanks for the excellent commentary and the banter and the wit and the stories, and a safe journey back later for Dave.
Thank you. Thank you. The banter and the wit.
Never Say Never was on the TV the other night. What a dreadful James Bond film that was. I'd forgotten how bad it was.
Ben Rain going to be bowling to Anuj Dal. 17 not out. Dal. Rain bowls to him and he pushes it out into the outside and they scamper the first run. They're going to come back for 2. They might even come back for 3. Dal is exceptionally quick. They will come back for 3. It's been stopped by Liam Travaskis, who almost fell over as soon as he stood up, bless him. And they have got back for 3. And Dal moves on to 20. It's a good piece of fielding, but he just couldn't get back to his feet. 357 for 6. The lead 344.
Mark says, morning Marty, had hoped to be at Chesley Street this morning, but I've tested positive for COVID earlier, having avoided the plague since the very beginning.
I thought there was a new variant then for a minute. Codif,
yeah.
That's all we need. Rain bowls. Cartwright clips it into the leg side, no run.
He said, I was there on Tuesday and thoroughly enjoyed watching Durham's tail wag. Please give a mention to the Blaydon Racers walking rugby team who meet every Tuesday and Thursday, 10 AM, Blaydon Rugby Club. All over 50s welcome to join in, just turn up with studded boots.
Studded boots? I've had a pair of studded boots for years.
Can you remember dubbing?
Yeah, I like a bit of dubbing.
You have that on your kebabs?
Those boxes that we put the chili in, it's got them. This one is whacked into the leg side. It's not particularly well timed. There's a slight misfield there.
Bushnell, isn't it?
As well, yeah, from the 12th man Bushnell. But no damage done as they get through for another single. 358 for 6, and Cartwright moves to 49.
Who's he on for then? Who's not on this field?
It's a very good question. Hope it's not one of the batters. I'll leave that to you while I describe this Ben Rain delivery to Anuj Dal. No slips now. Wicketkeeper all by himself, and Dal defends, and they're going to go through for a single because Travaskis has got a long way to run in to pick up the ball. Martin's currently he's doing very well because he's pointing at players and not saying their names out loud, but he is mouthing them.
Where's Beddingham? Beddingham was in the gully earlier, wasn't he?
He was. Nobody's in anywhere now, though.
No.
So it could be, is that him over there by the this kind of shape? Big. In comes Rain and balls to Cartwright, a slower delivery, and Cartwright waits for it and pushes it out into the offside. There's his half century. First in Derbyshire colours for Hilton Cartwright. Came off 69 deliveries, and he's hit 8 fours, most of them this morning, I would suggest, and he's hit them very, very hard indeed.
One final adage from Mark's email. He says, I love listening to the banter provided by your good self and Dave Fletcher. Always great entertainment and a superb double act.
That word, oh dear.
That's another one, isn't it?
No, we ought to go on
we
stage.
need to get an agent, doesn't we?
We could do that, couldn't we? We could do it like a tour of the country.
Right.
Nobody'd come, but we could do it.
Would we have to go to locations where we'd be back in our own beds that night, like Half Man Half Biscuit do?
Yes. Yeah, if possible. Rain in and balls to Dahl, who drives this up to mid-off. They go through for a 6 to complete the over. 7 runs from it. Dahl moves to 22. Derbyshire 361 for 6. A lead of 348 with 91 overs left in the day. So it's starting. Well, obviously it's starting to come down. Otherwise, if it stayed the same, something could be wrong. And we're going to see Liam Travaskis. I think they've decided that Derbyshire are just going to smash everything, so let them smash the left armour. Poor old Liam Travaskis. So Chris Rushworth's likely to end with figures of 24 over 7 maidens, 4 for 62, and that's 11 wickets in the match for Chris Rushworth, who's bowled absolutely beautifully once again.
Do you know, I've gone and done again.
What have we done? You've been binoculars.
Yeah.
Every single
morning
day.
I do it, don't I?
Every single day. Remarkable. It's a good job they're only on the other side of this very large room and not just behind you. Otherwise, because that would have been far too easy. So the lead's gone up from 316 to 348 in the 5 overs that we've had. Oh dear, that's maths again.
Is this me or you? It's you, isn't it, from this end?
No? It's you, but I'll do it if you want.
I thought I did this end.
No, I've just done Ben Rains over. You did Chris Rushworth.
Travaskis bowling then. I did the first 2, didn't I? Because I was waiting for the bulletin to start.
That's probably
what confuses me.
Yeah.
Easily
and
done.
it normally takes a lot.
No.
Not Fred Titmus has had a little flutter by the sound of it. It would help, he says, if Derbyshire got 360 in front by about 11:45. They're 349 in front now, so it's eminently possible. A reverse sweep from Cartwright comes out. He's only going to get a single for it. I'm sorry, it's your end.
If not, Fred Tidmus got the day off after Middlesex lost.
Yes, apparently, yeah. He says I seem the only one who sees a result in this game. And put my money where my mouth is. It's a lot of money, that, Fred. Travaskis bowls down the leg side.
Wide?
Oh no, it's not a wide. Well, it is a wide. He's given it as a wide, but it wasn't a wide.
That wasn't a wide.
No, it's a one-day wide, but it's not a wide in proper cricket. There's another single to the total, 364 for 6. I was going to say the bails were removed, but he actually took one of the stumps out of the ground. Dahl clips this into the leg side. They've run 1. They're going to come back for the second. They might have to hurry. Well, he's gone to Dahl's end. Never throw it to Anuj Dahl's end. Would be my advice to young Bushnell. because, well, there's no future in that. You're going to do well to run Anuj Dal out. So he moves on to 25. The lead is now 353. We're nowhere near 11:45. Next delivery on leg stump, turn into the leg side again. He's not going to come back for 2 this time. Oh, blimey, he is. And they've thrown it to Dahl's end again, and Dahl has been run out. I told you they wouldn't run him out. He moves to 26. He's been run out, and the 7th wicket is gone. 366 for 7. They were really pushing it there. Anuj Dahl, well, he is lightning.
Who was that with a throw then?
I think it was Bushnell. Right. But I wouldn't swear to it, but he's definitely been run out. I'd have thrown it to the other end, so I never got him out anyway. And off he goes, and he looks like he's hurt himself as well, getting the dive out. That's not good news, because he'll be required to bowl at some point in the very near future, you would suggest. Still waiting for the official confirmation. They'll get the run, so it's actually 367, isn't it? 367 for 6. They'll get the first one. That always confuses me. And he's making his way back, and out comes Ben Aitchison. No, Alex Thompson. Sorry, I forgot Tom out. There we are. Bushnell, yeah. Bushnell with the throw. Well, obviously to McIntosh. He's the wicket keeper.
I was just reading what it said on the board.
Sorry, yes, and I didn't mean to shout at you. Well, that's just pointless. And it's Bushnell's run out. If the wicketkeeper doesn't take the bails off there, he wants sacking, and he's had a very good game.
Yeah, well, there's
McIntosh.
2 people involved, though, isn't there?
Well, not really. It's Jonathan Bushell, isn't it? Is that right? Yeah.
66 added for that wicket in the end.
Yes, came together at 301. Dahl does get that single, so he's run out for 26. Bushnell, of course, won't get any credit because he's a sub-fielder, so in the official scorebook it's gone down as brackets, sub-brackets, Bushnell, close brackets, / McIntosh, close brackets. A very complicated run out. Cartwright's just had a long chat with Alex Thompson, the new batsman.
Where was he from? Was a throw from long leg? Where?
Mid-wicket.
Mid-wicket.
Yeah. Yeah. Just misjudged how hard he'd hit it, I think, Dahl. Around the wicket comes Travaskis, and as a hit on the pad there, Alex Thompson. It was
halfway down the track there.
He was out first ball in the first innings as well, was Alex Thompson. So just for a split second, I suppose his heart might have been in his mouth, but you're right. It would have been a brave umpire to give that one out without DRS. So there's one delivery left of the over. I reckon he'll just defend this. As Travaskis bowls, he turns it. Oh, don't take a single. He's taken a single. He's off the mark. It's 368 for 7 at the end of the over. The lead is 355, and there are 90 overs remaining. And I'll see you in a minute.
So that time already, that's flown by, that half hour. Bernard's apologised about getting Mark's name wrong. He says it's a shocking mistake. Enjoying Life says Durham have to try and go for the win. He said I'd rather lose than trying than drawing and not trying. Sounds like a helicopter flying by. Discussion going on here between Rain, Borthwick the skipper, and Travaskis. Thompson takes his garden and goes for a little stretch. Lees comes around from point to the covers. Maddinson at point as Rain comes in. One slip in place, and that's driven back past Rain and up to Salisbury at mid-on. I think the missing fielder is David Beddingham. And that's why Bushnell's on, because Jones is wearing a wide-brimmed cap at deep mid-wicket. Bushnell's got a wide-brimmed hat on at mid-wicket. Rushworth's down at long leg with a wide brimmed hat on, and Lees has got one on in the covers. The other person who was wearing one was Beddingham, and that's pulled out towards Rushworth. He dives and he can't keep it in. It's gone for 4, coming around a deep square leg. Ball rolls over the rope. Didn't have much room to work with Rushworth because he was right on the line anyway, and it was whipped across to his left-hand side. Hopefully nothing too bad regards David Beddingham. He was fielding in the gully earlier and made a very good stop. He has been struggling with he was a few weeks ago struggling with a bit of a back strain and then hurt his shoulder fielding in a T20 game. Rain comes in and bowls, and that's wide of off stump. Thompson tries to drive and plays and misses. Bradley's prediction from earlier as Rain comes in and bowls, and that's off the shoulder of the bat, maybe down towards vacant third man. The pub is open for the day. 3 runs for Thompson. Bradley reckoned that Durham would knock the last 4 wickets over in the first hour, have 80 overs to chase 330 and really go for it. There's no benefit in drawing the game. Durham need wins, so it's win or lose today. I really hope Durham don't settle for the draw. It's a good pitch and we do have the batters, but it's a case of whether they turn up or not. Well, they're already chasing more than that now, because the target's now 363. So I think that is way beyond anything manageable. 363, and they're not declaring yet either. This is driven down to Borthwick at mid-wicket. Looks to go for a quick throw back at the stumps as Cartwright comes towards the bowler's end but doesn't take the ball cleanly, so a single for Cartwright. Bradley wonders which Durham we will see today. Dave's busy doing an update for Radio Derby, and this is Yorker length ball outside of half stump, which Thompson jabs down into the ground. Keeper takes, end of the over. So 3-7-6 for 7, lead 3-6-3. And surely they can't be too far away from declaring now. Cartwright's on 52, Thompson's on 8. Conversation going on between the batsmen. Here's one for you, Dave. I've just had an email off William, the Durham scorer, saying Travaskis's leg side wide was given because it was defensive bowling. Oh, that's launched forward for 4 off Travaskis. I've not heard of that before, have you?
No, I haven't. Every day's a school day, isn't it? They've got enough, haven't they? 367.
They have.
At the moment, if they were declared at the end of this over, it would be 86 overs.
You're taking the 2 off?
Yes. Taking the 2 and the 5.
And then you're adding VAT on?
Yeah. Might be enough, you know. I hadn't imagined 375. But if Cartwright goes berserk in this over, it could be 380. He looks determined to go berserk as he pulls that one into the leg side. He's going to get a single this time because Thompson's not as quick as Dahl. He wasn't quite quick enough in the previous on the over before last. So they take a single. Move on to 381 for 8. So 86 overs will give them 6 overs with the new ball, which isn't many, but it might be enough if they've got if they've taken enough wickets with the first new ball. That would be the thinking. I do hope they're not listening to us in the changing room, because they'll think I'm talking absolute nonsense, I'm sure. Having asked about the declaration down at, or the follow-on down at Hove. A reverse sweep from Alex Thompson. I don't think I've seen him do that before. And he might not do it again, as the ball, instead of going out into what turned into the leg side, actually goes into the actual leg side, which was the offside, but not very far, and it's a dot ball. But they have reinforced the offside, which was the leg side, when he tried to reverse. Here's Travaskis again, over the wicket, left arm, and bowls. That's a proper sweep this time, and it's swept out to the man out on the backward square leg boundary. And that's Alex Lees out there. What's he doing out there? Well, he's handy for the changing rooms when the declaration comes, so he can dash off and get his pads on. 382 for 7.
Wonder if Beddingham's already gone off to get his pads on. Maybe he's going to open the batting.
Next delivery from Travaskis is pushed into the leg side by Cartwright. Now it's only been dabbed into the leg side. They want to come back for 2. They are coming back for 2, and they'll comfortably get back for 2. That's an excellent little shot there from Hilton Cartwright, who moves up to 59. Derbyshire 384 for 7. The lead is 371.
Having said that, of course, because Beddingham's off the field, there'll be a period of time before he can come back on now.
Yes, I'm never sure about those laws or regulations, whatever they are, what the time is. Travaskis with the wicket, bowls, and Cartwright goes back into his stumps and crashes it out into the offside for a single. We have a look to our left and see nothing happening. So Derbyshire are going to carry on. 385 for 7, leading by 372. There are 88 overs left. So now, once this over starts, they would have just 5 overs with a new ball.
Williams being back on to say negative bowling rather than defensive bowling.
Well, he's got to make his mind up, hasn't he?
But either way, I don't think there's anything wrong with that delivery.
I think it was just a ball down the leg side, and the bails were whipped off, and we've seen it happen before, because of course you can be stumped off a wide anyway.
Yeah.
Cartwright managed to pinch a single off the last ball. If he's going for a century here, he's got 40 more to get. That would create some kind, equal a record, I think, for Derbyshire. 3 centuries in the same innings.
Rain, right arm over. I was starting to panic there. Cartwright's come down the track. He's thrown everything, including the kitchen sink and the garage, at that one. And I was just thinking, if he middled it, that was coming through our window.
Yeah, I noticed we've got the windows in front of us closed. That one's definitely toughened glass. I think they probably all are. But it could have been fairly exciting.
Yes.
At 385, they've added 69 so far in the first 37 minutes of play. Cartwright's added 35 of those. I think that's right. It might not be, because it's my maths, of course, but I'll get me calculator out.
Anyway, he didn't hit it at all as rain comes in again. He's hit that one though, and oof! That was absolutely motoring, and I thought, here's Matt Salisbury bravely coming round at long on to try and cut this off, and it just went flying through him for 4.
Yeah, 73 runs added now.
Yeah.
In 38 minutes.
Did you say 80 this morning? Was that your prediction? 80 in declare? Or did Griff say 80? Somebody said 80.
Not me.
No.
I don't think they're giving themselves enough time now to get the. It's the second new ball that seems to be key, and that was something that Brooke Guest spoke to us about last night at the close.
Rain again to Cartwright, who chops that one out into the deep extra cover area. 1 run. Lees is there. Goes straight to him.
It's quite difficult. I can't see them. They've got a pair of white trousers hanging. I wonder if they're going to wave those in the air to declare. That would be quite exciting, wouldn't it, if they wave the trousers?
Well, there's one leg hanging over the barrier and the other's behind it. Maybe when the second leg joins the first leg.
No, I think you might be right there, actually.
It's like waiting for the new Pope. The white smoke.
.377 the lead.
How many overs have been bowled last night? 105, so...
At the moment, it's almost 4.5 and over the
ninth
requirement.
over the day, isn't it? Rain in. Oh, he's bowled him. Middle stump, yorked him. And that's the end of Thompson, for 9.
Helmet's going on the new batsman, so they're not declaring. I thought it was Cartwright. You're right.
Just got that single, hadn't he? I'd forgotten about that.
Yeah. 9 off 10. Including that slightly streaky boundary. So 390 for 8, the lead. They put on 22. Say they.
I'm now envisaging angry emails and tweets from Derbyshire supporters as to why did they not declare earlier along those lines.
Are you?
Yeah.
No. I don't think anybody will be necessarily surprised, because Derbyshire's record in my time covering them of declaring and going on to win has been poor. Alex Thompson said he'd like to be batting today when we spoke to him 2 days ago, so he's had a little go. Cartwright's had a drink brought to him by Mikey Cohen. And Ben Aitchison, who's got a first-class half-century in a losing cause against Notts a couple of years ago.
Was that in the second division?
I think it was in the Bob Willis Trophy. It might have been last season. I have no idea, really. But he hit the ball very hard, but they were already losing. They lost before lunch, or just after the scheduled lunch interval on the third day. Very similar to the game at Trent Bridge this season, actually. Went exactly the same way.
First ball played out into the edge of the square for 1. Off for rain. He's off the mark. Got 100% strike rate.
I got stuck in the lift this morning.
Which lift? In this building?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, I was going to go all the way down from the top floor to the bottom floor to go and, because that's where the toilet is. And it went boom, and I couldn't either open the doors nor move the lift for a moment, and it went all the way from the third floor to the second floor, which is about 1.5 foot, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
And it eventually got to the second floor, and I got out and said nobody should go in there.
Oh. Rain in. That's a wideish delivery. It's cut out towards the cover boundary for 1 by Cartwright.
Isn't that too hard?
Well, 378 the lead now. That's the end of the over.
379.
Gone on
Too
now.
many.
What's going on? This is daft now.
Well, perhaps they're not bothered about the second new ball, and they want to make sure that they cannot win the game, because they were stung at Sussex, let's not forget, when they didn't enforce the follow-on, and then folded like a pack of cards at the end of day 3, declared at the start of day 4, and lost. So they don't want to lose. Hold on to what you've got. When I said he'd hit
It's
that,
Barry Manilow, wasn't it?
let's hang on to what we've
Let's
got.
hang on
You
to
and
what
me,
we've got.
babe.
Yeah.
We've got a lot.
Yeah.
They don't write them like that anymore. It's Liam Travaskis in the ball to Cartwright, who's scooped him, but scooped him in front of the wicket, because he's completely miscued that off the toe end of his bat. David Bedingham, who is on the field now, I think he thought he was going to be in play for a moment there, and so did I. He got that horribly wrong. 392 for 8 it remains. Travaskis in again and balls. Oh, and he's got a thick inside edge on that one, and Bedingham is involved now at short, fine leg. Oh. He throws the ball back to the wicketkeeper in a rather extravagant manner, and it's 393 for 7. They have put on 77 runs this morning in a little under 10 overs. As, that one is hitting the pad of Ben Aitchison, who loses his 100% strike rate. Plummets to 50. 1 off 2 deliveries for him. 3 balls left of the Travaskis over. He's in and bowls, and this time Aitchison guides it up towards long off, and they settle for a single. 394 for 8. Yeah, there's almost no point in declaring now to get the second new ball, because they would have 2 overs with it. They'd have 4 overs with it. God, it's confusing. 4 overs. Travaskis bowls an attempted sweep there by Cartwright, and this time it goes backward of square on the offside. It's fielded by Rushworth, and he looks to the skies, potentially for inspiration, but none of the clouds look like anything, unless you know different. 394 for 8. Travaskis in for the final ball of the over, and he's pulled out violently into the leg side for 4. And 398 for 8 now, and they have declared 398 for 8. It means they lead by 385. And this morning, in 10 overs, they have scored 82 runs. So there was a little intent there. They will have 84 overs in which to bowl them out. Durham, that is, because we'll lose 2. So they'll have 4 overs with a new ball potentially at the end of the day, but of course we could already have shaken hands by then. Hilton Cartwright, he finished on 71 from 83 deliveries in the end. How many 4s did he hit? 11 4s, most of them this morning. And the other not-out batsman was Ben Aitchison. He finished on 2 from 3, and Derbyshire declaring on 398 for 8. Durham, when they come out to bat in 10 minutes' time, will need 386 to win. What do you reckon?
Well, that's about 70 greater than anybody's chased on this ground before, so absolutely not going to happen.
Excellent. 386, and I reckon 84 overs. It's going to have to be at 4.6 and over. I think we'll stop for a minute, shall we?
Yeah.
We're going to stop for a minute. We'll see you in a minute, or slightly longer.
Some of the wickets, I'm not quite sure what happened, and they just pass it out. The Durham bowling figures: Chris Rushworth, 24 overs, 7 maidens, 62 runs and 4 wickets. Matt Salisbury, 21 overs, 4 maidens, 71 runs, 2 wickets. Ben Rain, 29 overs, 8 maidens, 70 runs, 1 wicket. Stanley McAlinden, 9 overs, no maidens, 50 runs, no wickets. Liam Travaskis, 16 overs, 1 maiden, 81 runs, no wicket. Scott Borthwick, 15 overs, no maidens, 55 runs, no wickets. Nick Madison, 1 over for 5 runs. There were 9 extras consisting of 2 byes, 2 leg byes, 1 wide and 4 no balls.
Yes, it's actually Gloucester comes back regularly sends me stats for Gloucester. Not terribly interesting. It's a movie. A lot light movie. I guess Borthwick asked for light movie. But yesterday was usually heavy.
Welcome back to Chester Street. It's raining in Scarborough. Not raining here though, and Durham are about to set about their target of 386 in 84 overs. That's what they need if they're going to beat Derbyshire. Nottinghamshire are 48 for 2. They still need a further 407 down at Cardiff. They're not going to get those runs, so it's whether Glamorgan can bowl them out. And with Middlesex losing yesterday, that makes it very interesting indeed at the top of the second division of the county championship. Reza Hendricks has been dismissed by George Scrimshaw, catch by Tom Abel down in the Lions game, so he's in his second over now. George 1 for 10 his figures. Good to see him making an official debut for the England Lions down there. I better make a note of that so I can tell them in the news. And the umpires and the players, the Derbyshire players and the 2 batsmen are on their way out. Look like Michael Jones and Alex Lees are the 2 batsmen, of course. Alex Lees very nonchalantly just carrying his bat over his shoulder. And Toby Petman has already removed his sweater and left it just to the outside of the boundary away to our left-hand side. So he's clearly going to bowl the first over, and it's going to be bowled from the Finkel end. Money still very much on a draw. David McCardle said with Middlesex losing and languishing Nottinghamshire still quite possibly losing. Both teams have nothing to lose, but you'd want at least 6 overs with the new ball. Well, they're going to have 4. I mean, they'll have a number of balls throughout the course of the day. There's no doubt about that. They'll be changing the ball on a regular basis.
Should we have a punt on how many balls they'll get through?
5. I reckon they'll get through 5 balls today, like day 1.
They'll get a few wickets, then nothing will happen for ages, so they'll start handing the ball to the umpire.
Yeah. And then they may just pick up a couple of wickets late on, but by which time it will be too late, and that'll be the end of that. They need to strike in the first. Well, they need to strike before lunch, and they need to strike several times.
Have you read Griff's stat out?
No.
Durham require 386 to win. Only twice has the side scored more runs in the 4th innings to beat Derbyshire. Essex at Derby in 1992 made 442 for 4. Leicestershire in 1947, 394 for 7 at Leicester.
Good side, that 1949 Leicestershire side, though, wasn't it?
They're still talking about that.
Well, yeah, they've got nothing else to talk about, have they? Here's Toby Petman then bowling to Alex Lees. First ball of the Durham 2nd innings, and it's turned into the leg side and fielded by Alex Thompson, and there's no run.
Well, Alex Lees will know what's required here and just how massive a task it is for Durham, because he was in that Yorkshire team which chased 339 in 2013, and that was the one where Joe Root got a load of runs.
Did Alex Lees get any?
Can't remember. Let's have a look.
Could be an omen. Just the 2 slips, so not overly attacking, but attacking enough. As Petman is in again, and Lees pushes this one out into the offside, where it's fielded by Hilton Cartwright, who made a very bright and breezy 71.
You know what? He wasn't playing, and I find that hard to believe, because 2013 was the year when he absolutely got loads of runs, so he mustn't have quite made it into the side there, because wasn't that the year he got the double 100 against Derbyshire at Chesterfield?
Could have been. Could have been. Might not have been, but it could have been.
Yeah, 275 not out in against Derbyshire and Chesterfield 2013.
Petman in again, and he pushes this one up to mid-off. This time it's fielded by Billy Godalming. 3 deliveries down. I was going to say, I was then going to do some calculations, but I cannot even begin to work out how many balls that would be. Somebody did send me a message last night asking me if I'd failed GCSE maths.
I didn't even do GCSE maths. I did CSE and got a...
Well, no, see, I did...
Did I get a grade 2 CSE?
I did O-levels, which were real exams. In goes Petman again and bowls. I got a very good maths O-level. Ball turned into the leg side by Lees and fielded by Lewis Deploy.
The thing with that Yorkshire run chase on that occasion, it was basically the Joe Root show, because he made 182 and Adil Rashid got 50 not out. Nobody else really got any runs. So, and Root rode his luck. He should have been out 2 or 3 times in that innings and was given the benefit of the doubt by the umpires.
It was David McCardle who did say O-level maths. Apologies, David. I didn't read that entire thread that you sent out last night. In goes Petman and bowls to Lees, who defends it up to mid-off.
Thought I might be able to help you sleep.
There's no run. But you've put canology, but it isn't. It's canalogy.
Canalogy.
Like analogy, canology. Yeah. You put canology, which is completely different. Right. That's to do with canoes.
Is it?
No. No.
Has somebody pointed that out?
No, I didn't.
All right.
And I thought I could point this out, and then I thought, oh no.
So
I've been with you for
is Vigology wrong as well then for Las Vegas?
No, I think that would be all right.
Yeah.
But it should be allergy, shouldn't it, rather than ology? Anyway, last ball of the Petman over is defend. Oh, just inside edge onto pad out into the offside. Not much happening in that first over though. No runs scored, and Toby Petman. I keep looking up and it says 0. Petman, and I keep thinking, I'm sure it's Toby, but the 0 is because they haven't got a number for him, even though he is in fact in fact number 15. End of the over, 0 for 0. And they're walking the wrong way again. They're walking right for runs, left for wickets. Will they never learn?
I think because I sit in this building so much of the year, if I was to jump outside now, naturally I think I would just head off in the right and go anti-clockwise.
That's for runs.
That's probably because I'm right-handed.
Okay. And your right hand would guide you to the right.
Yeah. Aitchison will bowl the first over of the innings from the Lumley end. Right arm over. Comes in and bowls, and Jones defends. Oh, is it 12 o'clock? Wow. News is just starting on Radio Newcastle. Jones plays this one down to Dahl in the gully, no run there. Oh, nearly edge behind there from Jones. He went forward to a delivery which just went over the shoulder of the bat, through to the keeper. In comes Polar again, flicked away past square leg by Jones. There's nobody out there. That might go for 4. It is going to go for 4. Godalmann's down at fine leg. He'll not get round to cut that out. Damien reckons this will be over by tea. I think Durham will have knocked them off that quickly. Bowler comes in, played down into the ground by without loss Durham. In comes the bowler. Oh, that's just missed the off stump by a leave from Jones. Pitched and never really got up. And that's the end of the over. 4 runs from it. William says Petman is not 15, Thompson is. Petman doesn't have a number, I think.
That's a good shout. No, I'm sure he's got a number. He was given a knock. Clearly it's not 15 because Thompson's 15. I'll have to look back, but I can't be bothered.
And he says negative bowling is usually left arm over, aimed outside the right-hander's leg stump.
Yeah, I bumped into the score on the way downstairs before, and it's usually persistent negative bowling. He only bowled 1 ball down there. Petman bowls to Lees, who carves this into the offside for 4 runs. Nice shot out towards the cover boundary. It's raining in Scarborough.
Yes,
Did you
I
see
think
that?
they've just gone back out
Have
and there's
they?
been a wicket. Let's see as a cricket update. Yes, Derbyshire added around about 80 runs this morning in 10 overs and then declared, setting Durham an improbable and very unlikely target of 386. I've been doing my maths. The highest run chase on this ground was Yorkshire's 339 back in 2013, and that included 180 from a youngster called Joe Root. I wonder whatever happened to him. Anyway, they had 84 overs in which to chase their target at around 4.6 an over. We are in the third over and Durham are 10 without loss.
Well done, him.
Yeah. Well, I think Michael, our newsreader, had to explain to listeners on our FM and DAB frequencies just who Joe Root was in case they didn't know.
Petman in and bowls, and that is carved for 4 more by
ball,
Alex
that.
Lees. Yep, he's not bowling well here, Toby Petman. The second delivery, while Martin was giving his update, was clipped into the leg side for a couple. And Lees has now moved on to 10 from 9 balls. They're 14 without loss in the third over. And the 3 members of the coaching staff down to our left-hand side, well, 2 of them have now got their arms folded because Mickey Arthur has just realised that that's bad body language to stand there with your arms folded. But they all had them folded a moment ago after that delivery. Petman will have another go here. 4-2-4 this over has gone so far. He's in and bowls to Leeds, who takes a step down the track and he bowls it down the leg side, tries to flick it away and goes through to Brooke Guess. He doesn't take it cleanly. Three overs, 1 for 20, George Scrimshaw now in that 1 day list A game. South Africa 93 for 3 after 17 overs. We're not here. Durham 14 without loss. Petman goes in and bowls to Lees, who gets struck on the pad outside the line of leg stump. And the ball dribbles into the leg side. It's fielded by Leas Deploy. Not lost any further wickets, but the thriller down at Hove. Leicestershire are now 635 for 4 in reply to Sussex's 588. They lead by 47. I'm not sure there's going to be a positive result there any more than I am here. Well, Durham has started well, 14 without loss. Petman goes into bowl to Lees, who pushes this out defensively to Leas Deploy at mid-wicket. And it's the final ball of the over, so he recovered nicely after conceding 10 off the first 3 dot balls to finish the over. Durham are 14 without loss after 3. Lees has got 10, Jones has got 4. Can I just pick you up on something you said in the update? When you said you've been doing some maths and the best successful run chase was 339. You weren't doing any maths to find that out, surely?
Yeah, I didn't bother doing the mathsy bit after I said I'd been doing the maths. 47's the number.
I've been doing the maths.
Yeah.
And no idea.
I was going to say that's 47 more than what Yorkshire chased as a...
That was going to be the maths.
Yeah, and then I just went off into something else instead.
Right.
But
right.
I had done the maths because
the whole
there's
thing,
47 written down there.
But the whole thing was sort of as these reports are, very ad hoc. Derbyshire added something like 80 this morning. Well, yeah, 82. You know, just at least
because
the good thing
what
about
I did with exactly how many Derbyshire added is bowler Aitchison comes in here, Jones plays it safely. I thought I'd written it down, so as I looked down at my notepad to say exactly what they'd scored, I realised I'd tweeted it, but I hadn't written it down.
Well, you should have written it down first.
Yeah.
That's your primary job.
Yeah.
To inform the people on the radio.
So 82 runs in 10 overs, yeah.
Splendid.
Next ball is drilled out towards...
Oh.
That's an incredible piece of fielding. Who's that?
Godalming, yeah.
Godalming sort of wide mid-off dives, tries to stop the ball, and as he's doing a somersault, it ricochets off his foot and he loops it up into the air and drags it towards the boundary to give them a run.
Excellent work by Billy. Always at mid-off, so if the ball goes to mid-off, it's Billy Godalming, all right. It's a very easy way of... you know where the wicket-keeper is and you know where Billy Godalming is at all times.
Aitchison in again to Lees. Now Lees plays this to guy in a cap at mid-off.
I wonder who that is.
Yeah.
The Derbyshire flag's still struggling today, isn't it? I think it's only held on by one bit.
Is it?
Look at it. It's a mess.
Yeah, it is now.
It's like a rag, doesn't it, up there? It's the bottom thing, the bottom mooring come off.
Gone, yeah.
Yeah.
Aitchison to Lees. Lees plays this one out to the cover area. No run. I like the Derbyshire baggy caps.
Yeah.
Got a sort of Aussie feel to them, haven't they?
Hilton Cartwright will have that many baggy caps in his bag when he goes home at the end of the month. Assuming he does.
Connors is in the covers. He's got a baggy cap on. Dahl's at point. He's got one on. The entire slip cord nav. Oh, playing a miss from Lees. That was wide of off stump. He's played around that one, I think. Stayed a bit low. End of the over. 4 gone. Durham are 15 for none here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Derby. They only need another 371 to win.
The only two people who haven't got baggy caps on are the bowler, whoever he is, and Lewis Rees, because he doesn't wear a cap.
Yeah, he didn't wear one in the first innings, did he?
He doesn't like wearing caps, he told me once.
Yeah.
And he's not wearing one. Billy Godman's just had a quiet word with Toby Petman about something or other. I'm not entirely sure what, obviously. Don't bowl like you bowled the first 3 balls of the last over, bowl like you bowled the last 3 would be the advice. 76 overs until the new ball. It's Petman. 3 slips in place, bowls to Jones. That one doesn't get up at all, but it's wide enough outside the off stump for him not to have to do anything with it.
Did you see Griff's video this morning, which he recorded an angle last night, then left it brewing overnight and then put it on this morning?
I was there when he recorded. He's done 2 this morning, has he?
Yeah, well, this one was about Sky money and cricket and how it's actually...
I thought he did that this morning.
Well, he put it up this morning, but he said he recorded it last night.
I'm not sure that he did.
No.
The next one is Petman. That's outside the off stump, left alone by Jones, because he only did it in response to the new deal that's been signed, I think, and a load of old nonsense on Twitter from somebody from the Essex region. Can't remember his name. Oh, Tom Dopley.
You've mentioned him every day.
Tom Dopley.
I think you've mentioned him in every session.
I like to. That Knots.
That and what?
Knots. Petman's in, bowls, and it's defended by Jones. Back to the bowler.
What was I haven't seen the new deal. What was the new deal?
I think just extended it by 4 years. I don't know. It didn't have any monetary. It has monetary value, clearly, but there was no money announced in the deal, from what I could gather. And there's going to be more T20 blast matches shown. There's going to be a terrestrial TV weekly roundup, which will be out of date at the moment. They start to put it together. And goes Petman and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Jones. No run, fielded by Cartwright.
So if there's more T20s, so that'll be Durham versus Leicestershire home and Durham versus Leicestershire away.
Well, they couldn't put less T20 on, could they? There were times this year when there was T20 games going on and they were showing reruns of IPL matches, which seems absurd to me, but anyway, they were very excited because of the amount of people who were watching the streams and paying absolutely nothing for the privilege. Here's Petman on his way in. 3 slips in place, bowls to Jones, who drives out into the offside. Godalman's tumbling again, stops the ball well, loses his baggy cap, but keeps the batsmen at the same ends as they were when the delivery was bowled. That's an excellent piece of fielding.
Who was excited by the people watching the streams?
ECB.
Right.
By the number of eyeballs, I believe they're called these days.
That's interesting, because when Durham started the season last year at Trent Bridge and nobody was allowed in the ground. I think we had about 250,000 viewers across the 4 days. And I tweeted that I thought they were great numbers, given that primarily it's a radio production.
Next delivery is defended by Jones out into the offside end of the over. A maiden over from Petman, and Durham are 15 without loss.
And I was messaged by somebody from Sky who said that's the reason why Sky don't really cover county cricket, because those numbers would not suffice for them. And I said, well, you know, it's basically a radio production with a few pictures on it.
When was the last time you ever saw any viewing figures for Sky? Because I don't recall seeing them. They never announced them. Never announced them. Be fascinating if they did.
Aitchison to start his third over, bowling to Lees, right arm over from the Lumley end. Lees just plays the ball back to the bowler. So what we've had 15 runs from 5 overs, so that's 3. I can do that, I think, Dave. I think that's 3 and over.
Approximately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they need to be going along, or they needed to be going along at 4.6. Maybe they're going to battle T and then see where they are. Aitchison in.
I imagine they'll still be at Chesterland Street.
Hey?
I imagine they'll still be at Chesterland Street.
Lees plays this to Connors and the covers no run.
I mean, if they were in Horwich, that'd be excellent.
Yeah.
Because it wouldn't be far home for me.
It's a bin day today, Dave. Have you?
Tuesday.
Yeah. Did you get the bins out?
Well, I didn't. No.
Was anyone there?
There is somebody there.
Is your bin runneth over now?
No, we don't create that much rubbish, to be fair.
Just chuck it all on the fire. This is defended by Lees on off stump.
No, I just drive it down the road and tip it in the countryside. No, we don't create that much rubbish.
Yes. I remember reading a story of somebody who did such an appalling thing.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
a lot of the stuff they abandoned was letters to them.
Yes.
So when the council looked at the addresses inside, they came up with a common denominator. Played to backward point by Lees this time, stopped by Dahl, no run.
Yes, don't do it. Just don't do it. I was going to say something, but just don't do it, because it's not very good.
Poor farmers when they... I think it was a Panorama did a documentary about fly tipping a few months ago, and a farmer came to his field one day and there were thousands of tyres lying in a pile there, and Aitchison in. Played off towards the cover area by Lees, no run there. And what they did was there was this guy down in the south who had a reputation for fly tipping, so they called him and asked if he could take some stuff to the tip, and they put these GPS trackers on all the gear,
right,
and he dumped it in a copse of trees at the side of the M1 and then pretended he knew nothing about it. Last ball of the over, and that is played back to Aitchison. Now that's a maiden. That's good work from him.
2 in a row.
2 in a row, so pressure on. Sean Dixon going for a net.
So what's that run rate now, Martin?
Bit more than it was before.
It's actually a bit less. The actual run rate, 2.5 it's gone down to now.
Oh, I thought you meant the required run rate.
I can find that out. No, I can't.
Run rate 2.5, required, it says 0.
Well, they can't work it out, actually, at the moment, in fairness, because technically you have the last hour and you can bowl 20 overs in the last hour.
Yeah. They won't, though.
But I'd be surprised if they did. Yeah, I'd be very surprised. Toby Petman continuing from the Finkel end, in and bowls to Jones. That's a decent leave because the ball just moved back, but it's a no ball, so nothing would have mattered in any case, and Durham move up to 17 without loss. Saw a ball, must have been the day before yesterday, from Ben Aitchison. There was an absolute snorter that was a no ball.
Sky's claiming they've had a 73% increase in total viewing hours of their cricket since 2017.
From what, though?
Well, I don't know, they don't say.
No. In goes Petman again, and that one is clipped into the leg side. That's a fine stop by Cartwright. There's a shy at the stumps as well. Well, if it had hit, it might have caused him problem or two, but the fact that he was throwing it from the floor didn't help Cartwright, and Lees got back into his ground comfortably enough in the end. 18 without loss. Yeah, I mean, I've had
more coverage of the 100, Dave.
Yes, how could there be more? Every game was on. Are they going to show them twice?
Well, it says coverage of the 100 extended to 2028.
Yeah, so there isn't more. It's
More
just
women's cricket than ever before.
Than ever before. Yeah, no, that's good. That's good.
90 extra hours of live cricket guaranteed on TV each year.
Yeah, it's all a bit wishy-washy, isn't it? There's no actual substance to it. Next delivery from Petman is just guided down to the... well, it's the vacant backward point region rather than the third man. That once it had gone past Dahl, it was always going to get to the boundary. Lees picks up another 4 runs there. He moves on to 18. And Durham... No, he doesn't. He moves up to 14 and Durham at 22. That was up there like a flash, up to 22 without loss. You got any more good news for me?
It says here, overall, 134 million more hours of live cricket was watched in 2021 compared to 2017, while a new high of 14 million people played, attended or followed cricket in 2021.
Yeah.
An increase of 3 million on 2019.
What does that mean? Petman bowls. This is wide of the off stump. He goes for the cut and misses it. Goes through to the keeper who's standing up, Brooke Guest. Lee's missing out there a little bit.
Anyway, there you are. When's our deal run to? You remember?
No.
It was a 4-year deal, wasn't it?
Yeah. Depends when it started. I'll be able to tell you when it ran out if you tell me when it started. I think it was last year, wasn't it?
Was it only last year?
Yeah, I think so. When Test match highlights returned to the BBC.
Ah.
It was all part of that. Petman is in, and this one is guided out into the offside by Lee, straight to Hilton Cartwright. There's no run. Yeah, I genuinely don't know. I had a vague recollection of thinking that I might have retired by the time it finished, but probably not.
No.
Because my wealth hasn't gone up 73% like Sky's. And goes Petman again and bowls, and that one is defended up towards another no ball. Defended up towards mid-off. I think Billy Godolman needs to start swapping his bowlers around here. This isn't working at the moment. 24 without loss. They're going to waste the new ball, and then we will be in the afternoon doldrums. I reckon they need 2 before lunch, minimum. Derbyshire, 24 without loss at the moment. Durham, Lees waits. Keeper standing up. Petman bowls. Too many drives it out into the offside, straight to Hilton Cartwright at cover, and there's no run. Couple of no balls, and the run rate that they're going at goes up to 3.5.
What year is it?
What now?
Yeah.
Who am I?
So at the end of 2020, the Lancashire website carried a report that the BBC had agreed a new 4-year radio county cricket commentary deal.
Well,
so
yeah.
that started last year.
Last year when they got highlights of on terrestrial TV. I thought that was it.
Yeah.
This one is driven out to the cover boundary for 4. It's Cartwright giving chase, but he's never going to get there. And the ball bangs into the base of the Castle stand. It's the end of the over. Not a particularly good over from Toby Petman. Couple of boundaries, couple of no balls and a single in it. And Durham at 28 without loss. 18 to Lees, 6 to Jones. 77 overs left in the day, and a small matter of 358 to win.
Yeah. And 37 minutes away from some chilli.
I've got to go on a Zoom call at lunchtime.
Have you?
Very exciting.
Have you done your hair?
I usually take my trousers off. Make me feel like I'm doing one from home.
Yeah.
Sit there in my underpants. Nobody wants that though.
Change of bowler here.
Connors
is coming in.
This makes sense. Swap those bowlers around.
Sam Connors then. Oh, that's a bit psychedelic coming into the cricket ground there. Right arm over from the Lumley end and tries to york Jones' leg stump. It's flicked away down the leg side towards fine leg. It's a leg by. What does that say?
It says rock and roll on it.
Rock and roll.
Rock and roll circus.
Oh, not another one of them.
Yeah. It's gonna be
well, the one that's been in the ground since yesterday is black and red. This one's sort of Psychedelic colours.
Yeah, rainbow rock and roll.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Went to a gig at a major venue last week, Dave. How much do you think they were charging for a pint of lager?
£7.
£7.10. I didn't have one.
No, I don't think I would have.
That was a sober night. Connors in. Oh, nearly chopped on by Lees. He played that into the ground, bottom edge, and it bounced over the stumps. And he was looking around rather anxiously there.
So was I.
Yeah.
No idea where the ball had gone. Tried to guide it into the sort of down to third man, didn't he, really? Can they come to me in 2 minutes? Yeah, of course they can.
Rain and bad light has taken them off at Yorkshire, or at Scarborough, or it had done. This is played through the covers by Lees. That's a nice shot. It's away for 4 up towards the Health Club boundary. Slightly loosish delivery there from Connors. Are they back on then? That was there's a picture from Jonathan Doidge there of all that rain. Yeah, they're playing again now. So Yorkshire 110 for 4, leading by 116. So that's 521 versus 515. That's a high-scoring game. Somebody on one of the cricket forums today said they were bored watching Sussex against Leicestershire and wouldn't be returning today. Sussex 588, Leicestershire 683 for 4. Notts chasing 383 to beat Glamorgan in Cardiff as 72 for 2. This is played away by Lees out into short extra cover, no run there. Middlesex lost yesterday, didn't they, to Worcestershire by 7 wickets. Innings break at Canterbury. Northants chasing 3. Northants leading by 364s. Kent are about to start their second innings. They made 396 for 8 declared. Essex beat Gloucestershire and Chelmsford yesterday. Hampshire are 51 for 1 and need another 40 in Southampton to beat Warwickshire. Bowler comes in. Lees forward to this one. Bat and pad, the ball runs up to mid-off, no run. Southport, well, Somerset are 44 for 3 and chasing Lancashire's massive 624 for 9 declared. So they're trailing by 133 runs in that game. Keaton Jennings yesterday got a treble 100. Aitchison in, bowls, cut by Lees, nice shots, gone behind Dahl at point, he's chasing it down towards the third man boundary, which is empty. Will he stop it? He slides and he just keeps it away from the ropes. Did well there, he's a quick runner, Anush Dahl. 3 runs for Durham though. So Lancashire's first innings, Jennings 318 in Southport. Paul Edwards, the cricket writer, is covering that one. He lives just round the corner from that ground, so that's handy for him because normally he has to get the train. Keaton Jennings, as a young lad, you read about guys getting a 300, but I never thought I'd get there, the former Durham opener said. 36 for none after 8 overs. And we're going to see a change here with Aitchison switching ends then. So he has replaced Petman. Jennings' total was the 4th highest individual score in Lancashire's history and the best since Neil Fairbrother made 366 against Surrey at the Oval in 1990. In comes Aitchison, bowled on off stump and played away. No run there.
If you don't succeed from one end, have
Try
a go at the other.
You can't always get what you want. If you try sometimes you might get what you need. That hasn't got succeed in it, has it? Does there succeed in the lyrics in that song?
I don't know.
Aitchison bowls, he's over pitched it and it's thumped away through mid wicket and away for 4 by Lees. Just leant into that one, middled it nicely.
Yes. It was, somebody who looks remarkably like Alex Thompson put the dive in but couldn't get there, and he's a very tall man. Mikey Cohen's on the field, so somebody must be off it. I think he needs a new bat. He's hit that one so hard, Alex Lees, he's broken his bat. I think the man who's off the field is Lewis Rees at the moment. He might be in fact, he's coming back now. Perhaps he's just put his bowling boots on. Oh, it's Hilton Cartwright, I beg your pardon.
He weakened the handle. It's a Grey Nichols. You don't really see many of the traditional bat names.
Other
these
bats
days,
with
really.
sturdier handles are available.
Yeah. The ones that Ben Stokes was smashing around Worcestershire a few weeks ago. Had 4 bats in his 161 and his, was it 17 sixes? And I said, why did you go through so many bats? Did you break them? And he said, no, they were all new. I was just finding out which one I liked the best. So then somebody sent us a picture, and that bat from Ben Stokes retailed at 700 quid on the Gun and Moor website.
Wonder what he paid for it.
Do you think he might have got a discount?
Yeah, I think he might have done. A hefty one.
They all had canny middles on them.
New bat has been duly delivered.
Aitchison bowls, and this is played by Lees up to mid-off, no run there.
Sounded the same as the other bat,
Yeah.
didn't it?
Godman stops it.
No different.
Where are Grey Nichols based? Are they
Dunno.
Duncan Fernley who are in Worcester?
Yeah. Gunnermore's Nottingham, isn't it? I think. If only there's a way of finding out.
Next ball is pushed into the covers by Lees. I had a nice bat when I was a kid, and it had the David Gower signature on it. Got stolen out the car.
Perhaps Gower wanted it back.
Yeah, maybe. Another delivery to Lees, played up to Godalman there. Mid-off, no run.
4 off the over, 40 without loss after 9 overs. So they've gone along okay. Run rate about 4.5. It's round about that is the requirement. It wasn't the last ball. I was sure that was the last ball of the over then. Convinced.
Here's the last ball of the over.
Is it?
Aitchison in. Oh, bat and pad there. He's played inside edge under the front foot, I think, and back towards the bowler. Doesn't say where they're from.
It must do somewhere, surely.
Looking on their website.
Cambridge.
Cambridge. Very studious.
Well, Gray's was Cambridge. I don't know where Nichols came from. Or Gray, rather. The headquarters are in East Sussex. Who'd have known? Here's Sam Connors, 40 without loss. Durham. Connors bowls to Jones, who pushes this up towards mid-on. It's fielded by Alex Thompson. There's no run. Looking around to see where Hilton Cartwright is on. So it must be Lewis Rees who's off, because normally he'd field at mid-on. And he's not. I'm taking one of the slips out and put it in at a straight mid-wicket. About 3 strips across. from the one we're playing on. In goes Connors and clips this into the leg side. Mikey Cohen does the fielding, the substitute fielder. Where's that going, Martin?
That's the police helicopter, I think, isn't it?
I have no idea.
Well, it normally follows you.
Certainly a helicopter.
Yeah, I think it's the police helicopter.
Oh, we better not say where it's going in case we alert alert the people who it's chasing.
Yeah.
You'd be an accessory then, like you were on Sunday. Here comes Connors again, bowls from the Lumley end. Jones clips it into the leg side. Cohen fields once more, and there is no run halfway through the Connors over.
Parky's just sent me a text. He was here the other day with us. He says it's spitting on the Roca Riviera. There's a lot of really low grey cloud here now,
there isn't there?
but I think what you've had there's already skirted around the north east of us and missed us.
It's a shame.
There was a 10% chance of rain this afternoon.
Really? So we've got a 90% chance that it won't rain at all. That's a lot of chance. This next one is turned into the leg side by Jones, fielded by Cohen.
I'm amazed at those days when there's a less than 5% chance of rain and it buckets down. So it's more than 95% wrong on those occasions.
Yeah. I like the days when they say there's a 50% chance of rain. That means they haven't got the foggiest, because there's a 50% chance that it won't.
And it's a 50% chance it might happen somewhere in your area.
Yes.
Rather than everywhere in your area.
Yeah, no. They've no idea. Somebody's making a good living. Connors is in and bowls. That's down the leg side. Negative bowling. Might be given a wide. No. No. I thought that was remarkable. Liam Travaskis being wided for one ball that he bowled down the leg side this morning. Umpires are looking away to the west or the northwest. That's all gone, hasn't it?
No, that's coming our way, isn't it? Drifting gradually towards
So
us.
it's coming from the northwest.
Yeah. Might get the lights on in a minute.
Be exciting. This one's turned into the leg side by Jones, and because Mikey Cohen had gone all the way out to the boundary, they get through for a single. And that's easy the end of the over. Just the one run from it. Jones moves on to 7. Lees has 29. Durham 41 without loss. They're not chasing anything, but they need another 345 to win from 74 overs. I suppose they are chasing technically.
India captain Rohit Sharma has won the toss and he will bowl first against England in the ODI, which is at Lord's today, are they?
Yes, I think it is.
Virat Kohli returns to the India 11.
Weakens them a touch, doesn't it?
Aitchison ready to bowl his 5th over here. 3 slips in place. Jones cuts it out past the point area and away towards the top end of the pavilion for 4. Clips the rope and heads towards the covers, which are parked just in front of the fence.
I wonder how long they'll have 3 slips in place and we'll start to see fielders all the way around the boundary. I think it'll take long, you know.
There's nobody in the new stand today.
Somebody just made me a good point. Made a good point to me saying that Sussex weren't chasing at the start and they went on to win, so yeah, that's a good point.
Well, Yorkshire weren't in that game where they
generally not to start with, are you?
They got the tee and then decided to gamble on it.
That could still happen here.
Aitchison in, played into mid-wicket this time by Jones and fielded out there by Alex Thompson. Throw back to the keeper. Oh, look, Crane's dropping off another rock. Is he moving that rock and roll circus thing that he dropped off yesterday?
That seems to be on the back of his truck now, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's just picked that up, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's dropped off the psychedelic one and he's taken away the red and black one.
Maybe it was the wrong delivery and the red and black one needs to be somewhere else. Aitchison. Oh, played down under the front foot, I think, there. Slightly obscured angle. Oh, under the pad, inside edge under the pad. I didn't order the black and red one, mate. No, we want the psychedelic one. Black and red one's up the road.
Must be a rock and roll circus website somewhere.
This is pushed off in towards the cover area. Is it the name of a song?
Is it not an album by the Rolling Stones?
Was it? I don't know.
I think so. I'll double check.
Are they one of those newfangled pop groups? Aitchison in. Flicked off the hips by Jones to Thompson at mid-wicket. No run there.
The Rolling Stones Rock and Roll Circus was a 1996 documentary / concert.
A lot of these albums, the big albums,
But
50 years old now, aren't they?
Yeah, well, it was a show organised in December 1968 that was shown.
Right. Aitchison in, and Jones pushes the ball out into the covers. That is the end of the over as it's collected by Rees. So Durham 45 without loss, 11 overs in here, 73 remaining today. We've got some rather thick, naughty looking cloud just sitting over us at the moment.
It's a kind of the kind of rock show that I wouldn't have minded seeing some of it. Jethro Tull were there, The Who were there. John Lennon sang with Mick Jagger. Then again, on the negative side, Yoko Ono sang with Mick Jagger. You can't have everything, can you? Oh dear. 1968. New over beginning from Sam Connors. First delivery is pushed into the leg side by Alex Lees, and there's no run.
It's a lad who I got to know called Rory Auskerry, who was working for BBC Radio Orkney when I went up there to cover a football match a few years ago, and his dad was the manager of Jethro Tull.
Yeah.
And
Leon Anderson's Scottish, isn't he?
Decided to pack it all in and go and buy an island off Orkney.
Next delivery is pushed back down the track by Alex Lees towards Connors, who can't quite field it, but Billy Godleman comes around to help out. Yeah, the Jethro Tull's Ian Anderson. He's not called Jethro Tull, that's the band. Ian Anderson's a laird in Scotland.
Well, Auskerry is not the family name. They took the name of the island that he bought.
Nice.
So Rory ended up working at 5 Live as well, and then I think he's now, last time I spoke to him, he's training to be a helicopter pilot or something.
Connors in again. That one is pushed out into the offside. There's going to be runs here as Anuj Dal can't stop it at backward point. Hilton Cartwright gets to it now. They come back for a second. Lees moves on to 31 and Durham to 47 without loss. Colleague has just sent me what I'm assuming is his either breakfast or lunch. Looks like the cat's been sick on a plate. And then they put some grass on top. Very nice, I'm sure. You pay for quality though. In comes Connors. Lumley end bowls to Lees, who guides this out to Dal backward point. There's no run. 339 more to win. At the start of the day the lead was 316, so they'll be around about that mark when they go off for lunch. Which will entail a couple of 150 sessions, but that's not beyond the realms of possibility. I think most people would agree. They're currently going along at 4 and over Durham. Lees waits. The ball will go soft soon. That one is tucked down towards fine leg where it's at. Well, it's not. That must be Toby Petman in Billy Godleman's sweater, because that's not Billy Godleman. I'm not entirely sure what Toby Petman looks like, but it's more likely to be him than Billy Godleman, and they go through for a single. 32 now to Lees. Blimey! No, don't. You can eat it. Don't wrap it up. It'll be cold by the time I get that. 48 without loss. Why is Petman wearing Billy Godleman's sweater? In comes Connors and bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side by Jones, fielded on the Hessian / hemp / coconut matting that's covering the international pitch, and fielded there by Leas Deploy, and it's the end of the over, 48 without loss. 12 overs gone, minimum 72 to go. Durham are 48 without loss. Lees has 32, Jones has 11. Just a small matter of 338 more runs required by the home side if they're going to win this one. Who are you writing to now?
I'm writing for the BBC website.
You do it every 5 minutes.
I haven't done anything today. I've only just logged into it for the first time.
Who were you writing to before then?
I wasn't writing to anybody.
I bet you did one at the end of the innings.
I didn't.
I'm going to look.
You can have a look. There's nothing there. Certainly not from me.
I don't believe you.
This is defended by Lees. It's only just dawned on me I hadn't logged in and I hadn't written anything, so I thought I'd better put in something about.
Well, you're going to write something again in 10 minutes' time.
I'm not, because this will be their lunch update.
Nobody reads it.
Of course they read it. They get lots of readers.
Who reads it?
I don't know all the people who read it, but if you look at the numbers, wasn't there 30 million interactions or something last season?
They're Sky numbers again, aren't they?
No, they're real numbers. 2-dot ball so far as Aitchison bowling here to Lees. First one played back to him, second one out towards Godalming at mid-off. Running in from the Finkel end. That's left alone. That stays low, but it's wide of off stump.
There's a Durham one there. 10 to 12.
Not from me, it isn't.
Well, they're doing it themselves then. Leave them to it.
This is played out through deep mid-wicket by Lees for one. We are the eyes and ears, Dave. We're there to provide a bit of colour.
What we are is free labour. Well, it would be if I was doing it, so that's why I don't. Yeah, they're doing it all by themselves. Leave them to it. I prefer to be the radio person's eyes and ears. Uh-oh.
What?
Scoreboard's got an error message in the middle of it.
Needs to defrag.
Yeah.
2 balls left then as Jones plays his first ball to mid-wicket to Thompson. No run there. The lorry's gone now.
The message hasn't. I wonder what it says. Can you read it with your binoculars? Press OK to restart.
Back up your drive to Dropbox, question mark. The entire drive will back up plugged in or not. This is a run. What's that? That's the 50 up. Oh, we can't see it
No,
now.
we don't know how many.
The Dropbox sign's right across the middle of the...
13 overs.
Yeah.
Just better get that in your report. Excellent. In 50 minutes, Nick's been on. Can we find teams for delivering pitches that have no chance of producing 40 wickets? Leicestershire are 700 for 4 at Hove, replying to 588. Well, you say the weather's been a factor, Nick. I think the weather's been a huge factor this season because...
everything's dry, isn't it?
Yeah, speaking of the ground staff, and they've been preparing pitches as though they were preparing pitches in August for much of the season. Connors begins a new over from the Lumley end, and its first delivery is left alone by Michael Jones outside the off stump. It goes through to the keeper. He says, but if there's absolutely nothing in the wicket for the full 4 days, there should be some form of punishment. We'll just wait until we're playing every game on a hybrid, because that day will come. They don't play any 4-day cricket on hybrid pitches at the moment, but you look at the 1-day games that are played on hybrids and there isn't a mark on them.
John Reed says, Rock and Roll Circus. It was Mott the Hoople who recorded an album of that name.
This one is clipped into the leg side by Jones nicely. Leas Deploy can't field it on the matting. It's being chased to the boundary by Hilton Cartwright, they'll come back for 3 comfortably enough. And Jones moves on to 15 and Durham to 53 without loss. I don't think the ball's gone past the edge of the bat in this entire innings yet.
There was one which Lees looked at cut and it went underneath the bat, didn't
Yes, no, good point. I think only one ball has gone past the bat, but that was self-inflicted, wasn't it, really? He needn't necessarily have played at it, but yeah, I'll give you that. Connors in, bowls to Lees, who stands up tall and defends it up towards mid-off.
The drop box sign still on the scoreboard.
It is. They've just changed it to. Oh, now they've got a big square. Look, they're trying to move it out of the way. You've got to grab it and move. No, well, no. So the cursor's on. That's magnificent. Can't get rid of it. Don't click on that. Oh, if you click on that, the whole thing might reboot. Then we'll all be in trouble. Connors in and bowls, and that was a short delivery, and he ducks underneath it. Alex Lees as it goes through to Brooke Guest, the Derbyshire keeper. I think they've given up trying to remove the drop box. Oh, it's gone. Well done, boys. Excellent. Don't let that happen during the one-day international, for goodness sake. Very good, Fred. Not Fred says, are we keeping an eye on the Ranji Trophy game at Hove? Yeah, it does have that kind of feel about it. Been a 12-day game. Next delivery from Connors is turned into the leg side by Alex Lees. He fancies a couple here. He's going to get a couple as well because Alex Thompson's got to run an awful long way around from square leg to mid-wicket to do the fielding. 2 taken comfortably. 55 without loss now. Lees moves on to 35. Yeah, horrible, horrible scores at Hove. Notts are still only 2 down, so they could hold on for a draw at Cardiff. Connors is in and bowls to Leeds, who turns this one off his hip. Again, Thompson has to do the fielding. This time they take just the 1. Excuse me, 6 off the over. Durham are 56 without loss. Alex Lees has 36 of those. Michael Jones has 15. 70 overs left in the day. 330 required. I'll let you know when I'm worried. Well, it seems eminently doable, that, to me. Balls that don't do anything other than go soft. Lewis Rees is polishing it furiously and gives it to one of the 2 Billy Godlemans out there. That's brilliant. As we look out now, when he turns round, Toby Petman, to field at mid-on, he and the mid-off are both Billy Godleman, look.
Yeah. Oh, bit of a false shot there from Lees. He came down the track to a delivery from Aitchison, which was fractionally short of a length outside the line of off stump. He's played and missed at that one. It didn't get up much either.
No.
It's not raining, is it?
There are no umbrellas up.
No.
It's not very nice.
Aitchison again. Lees, bit of a leading edge there. Out to Rees at mid-wicket.
Too far north to guarantee the weather, though, aren't we?
Well, that's a problem. Yeah. Something's upset the gulls. Black-headed gull got something in its mouth.
Well, one had something in its mouth. I think the other one was chasing it. I'll have that. Didn't look like chili con carne, which is the good news.
If you go along the river from our house, Aitchison comes in and bowls, and get after that. That's right out the middle for 4 through the covers from Jones. Yeah, it's around the back of the stadium light, particularly if I've headed along there. You've got to be very careful on the bike because there's all these sharp fragments on the rock, and it's all the remainders of mussel shells. So when the tide goes out, the gulls and the crows steal the mussels off the rocks and then drop them from a height to smash them open. It's incredible how many bits of smashed shell there are on the rocks around there. I'm just wondering what the bird had got from the river here, though. Seemed to be orangey looking something or other.
Might have been an orange.
Goldfish, maybe. That's another 4, possibly. It's has it got the legs? It's being. Oh, Dahl's going to stop it, isn't he? Oh, he's quick.
Isn't he?
Yeah. He's like a whippet.
Right.
That went past point and Dahl went after it and he stopped it with about 3 yards to the rope.
David McConnell suggests that they'll have to finish at home soon so Leicestershire can get back on the last boat home.
Yes, the steam packet, which will take them up the River Soar.
The timeless test.
Yes. I think the lights might come on here in a
I
minute.
think you're right.
Problem is, by the time they get into full pelt, it'll be lunch.
They could switch them on at lunch, couldn't they?
Yeah, well, they'll save money by not. I wonder what time my 1 o'clock is today. Still music playing at the minute. Ooh.
Oh, don't tell me. Oh, we played Joe Jackson this morning.
Yeah.
Stepping out.
Yeah. Not a bad song.
Burton Bourne.
Was he? That's left alone by Jones, gone through the keeper end of the over. Durham are 63 without loss. Need another, just a marginal 323 more. I used to work with a lad who had an irrational hatred of this song and that singer. And
Right.
what was his other track?
Oh, is she really going out with him?
Yeah.
He did.
Two fairly harmless sort of songs, I would have thought. But he just detested
Something
them.
Jive. Oh, I can't remember.
Jive Bunny.
That'll be it. Unless that was the album. Going to see some spin before lunch. It's nice. Alex Thompson's going to get a go.
In the dark.
The gathering gloom here at Chest Illustrated is quite dark, to be fair. Although
Was
these
a Derbyshire spinner got a hat-trick against Durham in a T20 a few years ago. I remember Albie Morkel was playing in the game. Ross Taylor. Nyan Doshi?
could have been.
And honestly, we were commentating here. Never saw any of the wickets. It was pre-floodlights. It was so dark. Durham managed to win the game.
Obviously.
Well, not this year or last year.
Here comes Thompson. That one just turns a little bit, but it's cracked away into the offside. It's stopped by Najdarov, who had absolutely no idea where the ball had gone when he got back to his feet. It was a bit short, but it did turn.
He was heading in all directions there, wasn't he?
Yeah. Thompson in again, gives this one a bit more. It's actually turned into a full toss by Alex Lees, who pushes it out towards, I think that's Lewis Rees, but it's so dark, I've no idea. Yes, it is. It's difficult to see faces, isn't it?
Mm.
Next delivery, full and pushed back towards Thompson, and just as he bends down to pick it up on the bounce, it dribbles along the floor, so Anuj Dahl helps him out. Anuj Dahl practicing his bowling action, but I can't imagine he'll bowl before lunch. This next one's turned into the leg side by Thompson, who's got his hands above his head, fielded by Petman. Perhaps Dahl is going to get an over before lunch. 63 without loss, Durham. We've seen 2 wickets fall today. Next delivery from Thompson. Looks like he pushed that one through a little bit quicker. Dot ball as Lees pushes it out into the offside. Dahl does the fielding. The 2 lights, or the 3 lights that show the fielder and the bowler and all that kind of thing on the old scoreboard to the right are very bright. Thompson bowls into the ground, goes Lees, plays it back to Thompson, and he begins with a maiden over. 63 without loss after 16 overs. Still 68 to go.
DC's asking if there's any chance of a Bazball-esque run chase on the cards.
Yeah.
Dave thinks there is.
Let's see why not. Jumping jive, Joe Jackson. Thank you, Nick. I knew it was jive something. There's some water on the window here. So either the seagulls had a wee, or there's a bit of rain in the air. Might just come at lunchtime. Ground staff don't look unduly concerned.
Dahl into the attack. wonder when we'll be talking about floods, given how dry it is.
I probably won't.
2 short mid-wickets here. Interesting. Jones on strike, keeper standing up, 1 slip in place as Dahl comes in, right arm over, medium pace. And that's gone to one of the 2 short mid-wickets.
Cartwright, I think that one. Deploys the other.
Yeah.
Last over before lunch, Martin.
Ah.
Look at that, it's 1 o'clock.
Dahl again. Jones plays it straight back towards him. Dahl gets a hand on it, steers it onto the back of the legs of Lees at the non-striker's end, and it comes to a stop. .63 for none. It's 1 o'clock. Dahl in. Jones defends. It bounces back to the bowler.
You're 1 o'clock at 10:05 today.
I think it's about 1:05 on the lunch bulletin.
Yeah.
The 6 o'clock's about 5:26. Keeps you on your toes. .63 for none. Dahl to Jones. Yorker length ball outside of off stump. He plays it up to Billy Goddenman at mid-off. In comes Dahl, turned away through the leg side and out towards deep mid-wicket on the boundary for 1 by Jones. 1 delivery left then before lunch. That brings Lees on to strike. He has 37, Jones has 22. Durham 64 for none. Dahl's going to come round the wicket to Lees. Umpire switches sides to the left-hander. Fielders swap sides of the ground. In the gloom here, Godleman's just had a little word with Dahl. A cunning ploy. He's got the keeper standing up. Short extra cover in there as well. Dahl round the wicket. Lees cuts it towards point. Luncheon. Durham then 64 for none. And they need another 322 from 67 overs. They're talking about the Commonwealth Games torch relay on our news bulletin at the moment, and that will be coming through the Roca Riviera this evening. The route along the seafront from Seaburn, Roca and in the Monk Wearmouth is closed. I'm informed by the road signs that I've passed the last few days from around about 5 till 7:30 as the Commonwealth Games baton comes through today. And a friend of mine, Clifford's going to be abseiling off a wind turbine with it tomorrow up in Northumberland somewhere. Quite the job. Canny gig if you can get it. It's heading north this time because when the Olympic Games baton came through, it came from the north to the south, came down through Scotland and then down through Northumberland, Newcastle, Sunderland the next day. Yep. Okay.
Latest scores from the other games. The LD County Championship Division 1 at Southampton. Warwickshire 217 and 243. Hampshire 370 for 9 declared and 91 for 2. Hampshire have won by 8 wickets. At Canterbury, Northampton 303 and 396 for 8 declared. Kent 335 and 16 for no wickets. Kent need a further 349 runs to win. At Southport, Somerset 446 and 71 for 3. Lancashire 624 and 9.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind being on the seafront later on, because that batten's coming right past our house, but I think I might still be here unless the players shake hands on a draw at 5 o'clock. Durham have been set what I believe is an unlikely target of 386, 47 more than anybody has ever chased on this ground, but they've started off okay. They're 64 for none at lunch, 17 overs gone. Alex Lees has 37 and Michael Jones has 22. Derbyshire declared this morning. They came out and batted a further 10 overs in their second innings and added 82 runs in that process as well, with Hilton Cartwright eventually 71 not out, and Chris Rushworth taking 11 wickets in the match, finishing with figures of 4 for 62 today. So it's lunch at the moment. The play will resume in around about 35 minutes time.
Finally at home, Sussex 588 for 9, Leicestershire 754 for 4.
My love of Spitfires came as a small boy going to air shows with Dad. Working on Spitfires is a huge responsibility, and the same applies at work.
The care and expertise Derek takes over his beloved Spitfire is the same precision, passion and attention to detail he takes helping you choose your next perfect car. Because at Virtue Motors, it's all in the detail.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Yes, Potter!
Yes guys, how's it going? You're watching Cricket District and this is episode 2 of Village vs Pro with thanks to Canterbury. We're here at the beautiful Chester Street in Durham to play 3 overs against Durham's finest bowlers. Their all-time leading wicket taker Chris Rushworth, club captain Scott Borthwick and up-and-coming talent Matty Potts. Can't wait to get started, I'm pretty nervous. Let's get going. Scott, can I have middle please?
Yep, spot on.
Thanks very much. Right, Village vs Pro, episode 2. Let's take on Scott Borthwick, Durham captain, leg spinner. Oh, I run. Well bowled.
Say that all right. One in the covers. Have one or a dot?
It's a dot.
All right. If I'm a point, it's definitely one.
Giving me one. Okay, give me one.
Hey, were you not watching the one with Rashid Khan? His favourite shot.
That's a hell of a shot.
Like it was a full toss.
Yeah, but he made it a full toss.
Absolutely middled it as well. They're going to spin when it doesn't bounce, mate.
Right, third ball, 5 runs on the board.
Oh.
1.
Oh. What are you giving now?
4, because we've got everyone up. Everyone up 4.
You need to swing harder than that, like.
In the stands.
Give it to him.
Oh!
Dot
ball. Dot ball, yeah.
That's a dot.
Yeah. Oh, well done, mate. Got a dot in. Squeeze the dot. Get out your over. Brand new scoreboard. It's never been hit before yet. Get loose. Point up, badge.
Oh! Oh, toe.
That's out. Oh, failures. Good. Yeah, well played.
Thanks very much.
Very well played. Great reverse sweep shot that. Came with the screws that as well, didn't it?
Not too bad.
Got it on the full toss, beauty.
What have I got next?
Now you got Matthew Potts, opening bowler, quite quick. Open your eyes, watch the ball.
Okay.
Yeah, stay relaxed.
Thanks, Scott.
Good luck, eh?
First over, what start?
First over, that was all right. I towed that last one. I'm disappointed because actually I got to it on the full. But
I think we might have to give you out for that one.
yeah, I think it's probably caught mid wicket. It was a horrible hoik. But yeah, really enjoyed it. Borthwick, great lad. Now the pace battle begins. This lad is rapid. He just told me he bowls 86 miles an hour, but on a good day with wind, he's bowling 90. Fingers crossed.
Right, first one. Take 2.
Oi.
Oh.
Mate. Sharp.
It's a rock that.
Get past that, Potty.
I know, yeah.
Oh my god, that is so rude.
Oh, yes, Potter!
All stayed out of the way, Toby, that's good.
Yes, well played, Toby.
Matt, I don't think you enjoyed my attempt at the ramp. No,
Nope.
no, okay. Come on, Toby. Come on, watch the ball. Watch the ball. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Watch the ball. Watch the ball. Watch the ball.
Oh.
That was the one. Top bowled.
Toby, is this the fastest you've ever faced?
But yeah, by about 50 miles an hour.
Oh, on the glove.
I'm all right.
Don't rub it.
Still there, mate, you're still there.
Just roughed him up a little bit now. Right, last ball against Matty Potts. I have survived the over. I'm still very nervous. Last ball.
Oh!
Hey, well
Love
played,
that.
Toby.
Hey, have some of that.
Good start, Toby.
That's 6.
Right, survived an over from Matty Potts. Now it's time for Durham's greatest ever wicket taker, Chris Rushworth. Always wanted to face him. Let's give it a go.
Oh!
Get a slip in, Rushy.
Go for 4, go for 4, go for 4, go for 4. Yes.
Hey, Rush.
Gully, seriously.
No, cold hands in the slips this time of year. 14 for 1. It's a very generous scoring, but I'll take it.
Oh! Yeah. Wish you might not take hand at that. That'd be a bumper in here.
Reckon.
Maybe.
Just keep him on his toes. Ooh. Slow run. Drop ball. Oh.
Well, I think it might be a different affair if it was a newer ball.
Big first drop ball.
Okay, good to go. 2 balls left from Chris Rushworth. I've only got out once to these boys. This might be the time. Come on, watch the ball, watch the ball, watch the ball. Oh! That is quite a good delivery from the Durham legend. Right, last ball from Chris Rushworth. Come on, Toby, got to hit 6.
Oh!
All right, that was amazing fun. I reckon they took it very easy on me. Otherwise they would have probably broken some ribs or something, but thanks to the boys. Time for Jack to have a bat.
Oh, I'm nervous.
I'm not even gonna have a guard, it's that village. Oi! What are you giving that?
You get it?
No.
That's close, I reckon.
Oh.
That's close.
We'll put it in slow motion now.
Mate, I told you he bowled a wrong on first ball.
Terrible, terrible start.
Oh! Beat 45.
Yeah, it's gone past 45. Has it gone for 4?
Nah, 2.
2? Give him 2 for that.
2 there.
Oh, what balls?
What ball,
Hey, Jack.
Feels really quick.
Let's go.
Oh!
Yeah, good boy.
That's a hell of a shot.
It's gone a very, very long way. We'll be taking that.
Let's go.
Oh! Come on. Well played, Jack.
Drop ball, maybe.
Oh, hello.
Oh, drop ball.
Well done. Jack's second over here against Matty Potts, mid-80s. Let's see what happens.
Very, very nervous.
Oh, runs!
That is so quick.
Oh, runs!
Oh.
Well left, Jack.
Oh,
Catch him.
that is so
How
out.
was that?
How many slips do you have?
2 in the gully. Nah. Wide. Not out.
Oh. Oh, bowled.
All we've got to do is just stay in. But he's just so quick.
Oh. What a take from the keeper.
It's a nice over, Potty.
Get over this.
Oh,
Runs.
it's another 4. It's a good bat over.
I just can't see it. It's rapid. Absolutely rapid.
What did you make of that from Jack? Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. I'm just not happy with my slip fielders there, I don't think. Slip fielders have cost me a few diving over them, letting them go for 4.
It's early April, their hands are cold.
Early April, but I'll give them a scolding when we get the change rooms.
Oh,
That's
Well played,
that's
Jack.
quick as well.
Third man, productive. I'll just do one then.
But I think I've got to try and hit him away on here. Come on, got this.
Oh, oh, just short.
Just short of mid-off.
Top ball.
As a proper village cricket swing.
Swing harder.
Oh, well played.
Oh.
Well played. Oh, well played. Oh! How was that missed? Last ball of Village versus Pro, with thanks to Canterbury at Durham. Chris Rushworth, County Championship legend, bowling at village cricketer Jack Meacher. Last ball.
Last one, nowhere near as many runs as Toby. He did incredibly well, but just, I want these stumps intact, actually. I want these stumps intact, actually.
Oh! Middle stump out the ground. That is a beauty from Rushworth.
Thank you very much for that. Enjoyed it a lot.
What a way to finish Village versus Pro. These guys have been absolutely awesome. Thank you so much to Canterbury for sorting out today. It's been amazing. Looking forward to the next one. See you next time.
Hey, I'm Chris Hughes and I'm here in the beautiful Northeast in a place I absolutely adore. And today I'm with Virtue Motors and I'm going to be joined by 6 first-rate athletes at the very top of their game, and I'm going to be putting them through their paces. So let's go see what today's got in store. So this is where we're going to be putting our 6 athletes to the test. The Beacon Elite, home of Sunderland AFC's Foundation Elite charity. It's an amazing complex, so let's go show you around. For Newcastle Eagles, Marina Fernandez. She's known as Captain Fantastic, leading her team to a British Basketball League Cup final this season. And Darius Defoe, the most decorated player in British basketball history. Mr. 27 is a true North East sporting legend. For Durham Cricket, we've got Rachel Hopkins, a key figure in the Northern Diamonds team, a coach and a proper all-rounder, and Chris Rushworth, Durham's leading wicket taker in their history. This guy knows how to perform at the highest level. And for Sunderland, we've got Patrick Roberts, one of the most exciting Sunderland signings this season, and Jermaine Defoe. This guy needs no introduction, a proper true Sunderland and England legend, part of the Premier League's 100 Club. So we're here on the 4G pitch. This is on the roof of the Beacon Elite, and this is where we'll be having the football challenge. Over there, we've got the speed cage. Let me just show you how it's done. Let's see if they got that in the locker. Ooh, 43, that's not bad. That's a good strike as well. Yes, 47. Ooh, 42. Yes, 51, now we're talking. Nice. Technique that. Nice, 54.5. Oh, okay, we've got a game on here, 51.9. Oh, nice, that was your number. Nice, 58.6. Strong. Nice, 58.1. So the cricketing challenge is up next. It's very simple. The ball will be fed out and the players have to retrieve the ball from each of the 3 stations and aim to hit the wickets with the ball. If they do that correctly, the team who hits it the most times will win the challenge.
One. Deep point. Oh. 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 Yeah! Nice! Oh!
Yes, nice. Oh yeah, okay. Okay.
Welcome back to Chesley Street for the start of the afternoon session on day 4 of Durham against Derbyshire. And Durham resuming their second innings on 64 without loss. Need another 322 if they're to win this one in 67 overs. The big news to come during the lunch interval is that Twitter is broken. It appears to be down. So, have you managed to get on?
No, well, I don't go on it very much.
Do you not?
Whose fault's that then?
I don't know. Cannot retrieve tweets at this time, and it's receiving reports from quite a lot of places. Start of the first over then, and Aitchison bowling. He switched ends again, hasn't he?
He has. Very amusing leaving do for Chris Coles at lunchtime, which obviously was in Derby, but I was able to join via Zoom.
Aitchison in, and Jones plays this one.
Where the
it's now working.
Where the sports editor said how much content the two-man sports team produced. They're absolutely marvellous, the two-man sports team, and he mentioned the two-man sports team about 5 times. So the station manager said, "Do you want to say anything, Dave?" I said, "Yeah, well, it's nice to know there's only a two-man sports team for a start." News to me.
Aitchison in, and it's gone down the leg side. Stopped by a guest. Are you number 3?
Yeah.
Or are you not a number? You're a real number.
I mean, I'm a name. Yeah, I mean, I'm freelance, so I generally probably don't count, but it was very good. Made my job easier. When they said we're going to say a few words, yeah. Thanks, Gareth.
Jones forward to this one, plays it out towards the covers, stop ball.
So we send Twitter's back. I never even.
Well, it was briefly, and now it looks like it's off again.
I didn't know it had gone in the first place. They were all impressed by the fact that I was eating chili con carne out of a box, though.
Yeah, well done.
What was the white stuff on it?
It would have been sour cream, wasn't it?
No idea. And the nacho things were a bit soggy.
Mine were alright, but there's only 4 of them. That's gone out to the covers now and there. I mean, I'm not complaining, but from when it comes to nacho portion control, I could have done with a few more.
I think I must have had yours, but they're all soggy.
Had an email from John who says, "I'm enjoying the match. I spent the day at the ground on Tuesday and was annoyed to find a radio playing where I'd sat down. It was irritating other people around me as well, and we exchanged eye rolls. After a while, I decided to move stands, but I could still hear it." Jones plays this down towards the gully area, stopped by Dar. I think
we had our window open, was it?
Well, he said, "I moved stands and I could still hear it." And he says it was, of course, my radio playing something on my phone in my bag. I'd taken it with me to try and get your commentary.
Very good.
Not that I'm blaming you. Says John from the Durham countryside.
Got on the bus, it was still there. I can't get away from it. What's going on? Very good.
Like that pesky helicopter that was following Ray Liotta on the final day of Goodfellas. Have you seen the film Goodfellas?
No.
Turned out to be the Federal Drug Agency following him.
Yeah. Don't
spoiler
it
alert
for me.
from 30 years ago.
Don't spoil it for me.
He recently shuffled off this mortal coil, didn't he, Ray Liotta?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I think Twitter's been down for 44 minutes.
Has it?
Oh no. Well, I got one 16 seconds ago.
Might be back up now. Went off around about 1 o'clock because everybody was about trying to upload their lunchtime reports and none of it would work.
That's why, yeah.
So I've contacted Base, and yes, they're all saying it's not working.
That's why it didn't bother me.
Yeah.
They've got a very straight, shortish mid-on, who is Leicester Ploy, as well as a mid-wicket for Anuj Dal, who's going to start the bowling from the Finkel end after lunch, and he's going to be bowling to Alex Lees, and Lees drives it straight back to him, and he almost, as he flicks it, almost hits the umpire.
I thought Ian Blackwell was going to catch it. He seemed to put an arm up as if he was going to grab it, didn't he? Instinct.
Decided against it. His reactions are still as quick today as they were then, because he missed it by about 1.5 yards. The two Billy Godalmans are still out there. One at mid-on, one at mid-off. And goes Dahl and Bows to Lees, and that one is edged down to third man, which is vacant, of course, for 4 runs. Some derisory applause. Lees moves on to 41, 68 without loss, 318 to win from 65 overs and 4 balls. And just about make Durham the favourites now.
Do you?
Yeah. Durham the favourites, draw next. Derbyshire, 1%.
You're joking, aren't you?
Well, where are they going to get a wicket from? The ball's already going soft. It's 19 overs old. That one's turned into the leg side by Lees.
Sounds hard to me.
Oh, yes.
It's normally about 30 overs when it just turns into a pudding, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can't see anything other than a draw here. I'd be happily mildly surprised if Durham win this one.
Just mildly?
I'd be absolutely stunned, to be honest with you.
Mildly stunned.
Mildly stunned, yes.
Here's Dahl. Round the wicket to the left-handed Lees, who drives it into the ground. Dahl collects it on his follow-through, tosses the ball away to Hilt Cartwright, I think, to do the polishing. Oh, very nice. 71 this morning, 53 deliveries, 11 fours.
You can hear a tractor going past the ground at the moment. The local farmer's busy. That's the second big trailer load of hay he's brought down.
I'll tell you what they're doing out the back that I just noticed. As Dahl is in and goes straight through and bowls him. Well, something happened there. That ball didn't get up at all. The off stump is leaning back, and there's the first of the 10 wickets that Derbyshire need. Alex Lees, who looked in pretty good nick, has gone for 41, and Durham has 68 for 1. Didn't bounce.
Did he played around it?
You think?
Yeah, I've just watched it again. He just plays around it.
Well, why has he done that?
He's missed it.
It's a bit daft, isn't it? Alex Lees goes. Hello. 2%. 7 fours in his innings, 75 deliveries. I'm happy to say that Twitter's back, so Martin can tweet it. If you want any of the latest updates 3 minutes after they've happened, go on to Martin Emerson's Twitter feed and you can find it all there.
I should probably delete the lunchtime report now, because Lees was still in then. If it hasn't quite loaded up, it might still be.
Yeah, I wouldn't load that. It make you look more silly than normal.
Yeah.
68 for 1, 318 adrift.
Right, that tweet has arrived. So what happened there then? That was Lees, was it? 41.
What happened there? You've seen it in real time and on a replay.
Is that 66 or 68? 68.
What's the groundsman doing there? Is he looking for some kind of... Are they thinking about levelling out the outfield or something? Because it looks pretty level to me. He's on his front with his chin on the floor. What's he doing?
He's up again now. Maybe he's dropped something.
Contact lens? Marble's gone?
I don't think it would be a contact lens because he's wearing a pair of glasses. So if it was, the contact lens would be inside the glasses probably. Stuck to the inside of the lens.
Might just have lost the lens, and yes, might have lost the lens. No, I don't know what they're doing there. I couldn't see his glasses from here, mate. He's 30 yards away.
How many more do they need? 318.
Scott Borthwick's the new batsman. His captain's knock now to steer Durham home. 65 overs to go. 1 for 5 off his 11 deliveries so far, Anuj Dahl.
Well, today would be a good day for Borthwick to get a 100.
Wouldn't it?
He's had 3 scores in the 90s this year.
Next first delivery to him is on the stumps, and it's turned into the leg side 4-1. They don't come back for a second because Ben Aitchison gets to the ball and hurls it back in. It didn't keep particularly low, that one, did it? He's just gone through the gate. And pretty straight as well, didn't do an awful lot. Well.
He just played around it, didn't he?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's hit probably 3/4 of the way up the stump.
John Elledge has tweeted,
That's him out of the England side.
"Is everybody okay? Did we all make it to the other side of the Twitter outage?"
Oh, I never noticed it, so yeah, I'm okay.
Got your finger on the pulse of the nation.
I do find it a very unpleasant environment, Twitter generally.
Yes, I've reported quite a lot of stuff on there in recent months.
It's not great,
Some
is it?
particularly vile things.
Yeah, people who can hide behind a photograph of a plant or something.
Yeah, anybody with lots of numbers in their name and some flags in their bio. And a dog. Have you noticed they're always animal lovers?
Oh, no, I hadn't.
New over. Borthwick defends this one from Aitchison on off stump from the Lumley end. They're always patriots and animal lovers.
Yes, I'm always concerned about the Patriots.
Yeah. Normally in a factory in another part of the world.
A bunker.
Yeah. 69 for 1. 8 minutes to 2. Aitchison in. Right arm over to Borthwick. It's in the air slightly. Up to mid on it goes. No run there. So doesn't look the warmest of days out there, does it?
No.
Scott's dad's sitting under a picnic blanket in the stand. He's only in a t-shirt. So sort of tartany.
Yeah, very nice. I used to have one of those in the back of my car, I think. Wonder where it would go.
Aitchison to Borthwick. Wraps him in the pad and drifts down the leg side. No run. It was like your Ford Cortina.
I wish I had a Ford Cortina.
I always used to imagine the pitch inspectors bombing up the M1 in a brown Ford Cortina with a green light on the roof.
I wish I had a Ford Cortina.
Yeah. Needlessly driving into piles of boxes at the side of the road.
We never get my musical references.
I didn't get that one. No. I get lots of them, yeah, but I didn't get that one.
Tom Robinson Band.
Ah. Does a good show on a Sunday night.
First album, I think.
A lot of his record collection lives in County Durham.
Was it?
Yes.
If record collections live, but go on.
Yeah. Well, they were stored in a warehouse in London, and I think there was a flood or something. There was a risk of them being damaged. Borthwick defends this ball. Defended the last one as well.
So we sent them north because it was higher.
Yeah, exactly. Because the tide doesn't get up here. And he put out an appeal, I think either via his fan club or whatever, and a certain person who was in this building jumped to the rescue.
David Griffin.
Yeah, they're in Griffin's shed in Derbyshire.
Yeah. Leicestershire.
Is it Leicestershire?
Oh, yeah.
That's turned away by Borthwick out towards deep mid wicket for 1 run. So he's a Derbyshire fanatic who lives in Leicestershire.
That's where he lives now, yeah.
Did he ever live in Nottinghamshire?
No,
he did, didn't he?
no,
I thought he grew up
no.
He grew up
No. He grew up in Ilkeston. He worked in Nottingham.
Right.
Amongst other places.
They're regularly on those cops and robbers shows, aren't they? The police stations in Nottingham and Mansfield.
Again, I wouldn't know.
They're normally on Channel 5 about 9 o'clock at night when some kid takes the police on a 40-mile car chase around a housing estate at 100 miles an hour and then gets community service, that sort of thing.
Don't spoil it for me.
Spoiler alert, yes.
Here's Darren's Dal around the wicket to the left-handed Scott Borthwick, who pushes this one out into the offside. It's fielded by Hilton Cartwright. I saw Tom Robinson back in 78 at the Brillington Spa. Very good. Apart from 2468 motorway, here comes Dahl again around the wicket and bowls, and that one is defended by Borthwick straight back to him.
I know why you'd be annoyed at that, because there's nothing worse than driving up the motorway in the night time and a sign telling you the road's closed at junction 74 and you haven't got any idea where that is.
No.
Just tell us the name of the town.
Yeah.
So his song was probably inspired by those overhead gantry signs about 40 years before they existed.
Yeah, we only had those Matrix ones back then, didn't we? Next delivery from Dahl is clipped into the leg side by Borthwick. He's going to pick up a single. He wants to come back for the second, but Aitchison's there. And they settle for one. Borthwick moves on to 3, 71 for one.
Yeah, Tom's show on 6 o'clock on 6 Music on a Sunday night is a really good listen, because each week he has a different theme, but then the listeners create the playlist.
Well, that's just lazy, isn't it?
Now
Lazy radio.
Well, so people tweet in or go on the Facebook page with suggestions for songs on the show, and then they build the playlist around the suggestion.
Well, I hope it's back, otherwise he hasn't got a show on Sunday, has he? They'll have to tweet him in. What's he going to do? Do some work himself. Dahl's in bowls to Jones, turns it into the leg side, backward of square. Cartwright runs around to do the fielding. Now you've got the idea. The 3 members of the backroom staff of Derbyshire have gone left for wickets, right for runs. There we go. 72 for one. It's a load of old nonsense, of course, but then it all helped them get at the moment with just 1 wicket of the 10 required. He's just moving his mid-wickets slightly squarer. It's Rees and Madsen in there at the moment for Dahl, who bowls to Borthwick, who defends this out into the offside, and Cartwright does the fielding once again.
Williams emailed for Dave, Whiplash aerial racing trim.
Yes.
Re-grade Cortina.
Yeah. Wish I had a great Cortina. John Connaughton's been in touch as Dahl bowls, and that one is pushed up to Billy Godalmon at mid-off. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. 72 for one, Durham, after 21 overs now, 63 to go, 314 more runs required. He says he's not surprised by the extra time Derbyshire took this morning. They've effectively put themselves in a no-lose situation. What are both of your thoughts on these run chases this year? For me, it's not great. The excitement of the last day pitches coming into play have almost disappeared.
They're all boring, aren't they?
Well, the pitches have been very, very good. Flat tracks, Leicestershire getting 700.
Batsmen are enjoying it.
I mean, come on. Or is it the Duke's ball? Well, don't talk to me about the balls. Just feel that there are so many flat tracks kicking around, and we need to make them challenging over a 4-day period. Well, that would be the ideal. Just a word on Derbyshire this season. No trophies, but if one was given out for most improved county, the coach and skipper would already have it at home. You mean Shah Massoud?
New over from Aitchison. Played away by Jones. Through the line of the ball there, and it came off the shoulder of the bat, crossed towards Gully.
That's John's first email to me since July 2021. Thank you, John.
Right. Has he told you that? Oh, do you
no,
just remember them all?
Well, no. He sort of added the one that he sent on the 9th of July 2021 on at the bottom. When he did go on a bit of a rant about the old coach, which was absolutely 100% correct, as I remember.
Aitchison bowling here to Jones. Defended, it runs up towards mid-off, no run there. Bernard says, if Durham can leave a chase of around about 210 to 240 in 30 overs with only 2 or 3 wickets down, they might go for it, otherwise they'll be shaking hands around 5 p.m. Don't know how much truth there is in somebody's contacted the magic circle.
Oh, yeah.
This has gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. So the Tory leadership race, James Heal has tweeted, sadly the Magic Circles declined an invitation to endorse former magician's assistant Penny Mordaunt. They've sent out a press release in which they say, we don't take sides in the Tory leadership election. Who on earth thought of ringing them?
I'd never heard of her.
Isn't she an MP for Portsmouth or something?
Don't know. Never heard of her. She's the second favourite.
Aitchison in bowls. It's gone off towards The offside. No run. Is there another round of voting today or not?
There is.
There is.
Yeah, very much so. Excitement's almost palpable.
Meanwhile, how are England getting on? Have they started yet or not? 50 for 1. Bit better. 53 for 1. Aitchison 2, Jones. Tapped short on the leg side along the ground. Cut off at short mid-wicket. Somerset 83 for 4 against Lancashire, who made 624,000 for 9 declared, with Keaton Jennings, the former Durham opener, making, I think it was 318 at Southport. Another road. Aitchison in, defended an off stump by Jones, and that is the end of the over, which was a maiden. 72 for 1. Aitchison none for 23, 10 overs, 3 maidens. So at the moment, Somerset 83 for 4 are still 95 runs behind. They made 444, so 1,070 runs in the first 2 innings at Southport.
John said he forgot to delete the others. He won't leave it so long next time. Thank you, John. Which he's attached the email he's just sent, and all the others as well. Yeah. Excellent work, John. Keep it up. I wasn't criticising you, I just thought it was funny. Here's Anuj Dal bowling to Scott Borthwick, and Borthwick takes his bottom hand off the bat as he plays that out square on the offside. Fielded by Sam Connors. They pick up a single. Might just have bounced a little more than he was expecting, that one. Now that I joined, obviously I'm telling you earlier this week, a fascinating story about getting my broadband and television monthly payment down from what it was going up to. But I keep getting emails now of the company who do the streaming films. I don't want them. This one is defended straight back to Dal by Jones. I don't care that Persuasion is coming this Friday.
Oh, is it?
There's a button here to remind me or play the trailer. No, the one on the right hand side of the 3 below it, I don't know who this is about, but it's the most hated man on the internet. That's what it's called. Dal bowls, he strikes the pad. There's a big appeal. Now there's an appeal for a catch, and he's gone. He's been caught at slip. Jones goes. The initial appeal was for leg before wicket, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And then when the ball looped up to slip, there was a secondary appeal, and Jones goes, and it's a double strike for Anuj Dal. 73 for 2 now. Durham, they still need another 313, and Jones goes for 23.
Yeah, it just looped up to slip, didn't it? Dal was appealing for LBW, which I didn't think was in the shout at all, because it looked to me that he was standing outside the line of off stump, but they obviously feel he's hit it, because it looped away to the slips and off he goes. Well, caught by Wayne Madsen.
It was quite quick, wasn't it? The appeal, the signal out following the secondary appeal. Well. And was it Madsen in there?
That's what it had on the board.
Well, yes. That's what it had on the board. I thought Madsen was in at mid-wicket. So I have to wait for the replay now and hope that...
Looks like Madsen's hat.
It looks like Madsen's hat.
Yeah, as he's leaping up. It's gone off now.
Okay, well, I'll wait for a second. Thanks.
Where are you looking? Oh, on there.
The highlights down the right hand side. I'm just looking. I'm hoping that somebody draws me a picture, sends it to me via Twitter. I'm not. Nick Maddinson is the new batsman. So 2 left-handers out there now, Maddinson and Borthwick. And Anuj Dal, 90 with the bat in the first innings, is now becoming the hero in the 4th innings of the match. Well. The replays then, I'll have a look at it after this next delivery. It could have been Madsen, to be fair. But you see Madsen's standing at mid-wicket, but that is to the left-hander, and Leas Deploy is at slip. I'm going to double-check that in a moment. In comes Anuj Dal to bowl to Maddinson, who just about gets bat on that and plays it to Wayne Madsen, and that is definitely Wayne Madsen. No, I don't think that's Madsen. I think it's well, no, it's definitely not Wayne Madsen. It's Lewis Deploy who took the catch. And if you look at the replay, Wayne Madsen comes from mid-wicket. Lewis Deploy's in at slip now. As Dahl is in and balls, that one is driven out into the offside, picked up by Hilton Cartwright. Thank you, Hugh. Yeah, I thought it was Deploy. So I knew it wasn't Wayne Madsen. That was the thing that was doing me there. But I've just seen a replay, and Madsen actually runs across the replay. So it clearly couldn't have been him, and it was Lewis Deploy. You're welcome, everybody. Listening downstairs. This one is defended by Maddinson out into the offside.
They're on this floor.
Dahl, no, they're on. It's upstairs actually. They have it on up there as well. I'm not bothered about the official scorers.
Well, the scoreboards run from along this corridor.
Yeah, no, I'm not bothered about the scorers. I was talking to the boys in the media who need to get it right rather than the scoreboard, who've obviously relied on somebody's eyes. End of the over, 73 for 2. Dahl 4 overs, 2 for 9. And I've missed my 2 o'clock.
Oh, I've missed my 2 o'clock as well.
Missed it completely.
Yeah.
Sorry, Peter, if you're listening back at base.
Yes, God knows what they heard there then.
We've both. Can I just go and apologise to him?
In comes Aitchison, start the new over to Borthwick.
That's the second one I've missed this season.
Yeah.
I don't like missing them.
Well, I think the wicket fell right when...
the Lees one?
No, this latest one.
No, it wasn't.
It's only just 7 minutes past 2.
It wasn't that long ago, was it? Disappointing. I'm slightly ashamed, but not enough ashamed enough to mention it to the newsreader tomorrow. He'll be in tomorrow when I'm in, so I'll apologise to Wesley. Ben Aitchison's bowling from the Lumley end. In and balls, that one's out into the leg side. A leaping attempt to stop it by Lewis Deploy, who's swapped now at mid-wicket. He's gone into mid-wicket and Wayne Madsen's back at slip. They've probably just heard us saying, we don't know who's caught that, but I don't think it's Wayne Madsen then.
I was trying to think what we were discussing in the last few minutes.
What I'm hoping is that as they came...
Could have been the magic circle.
The wicket fell as Aitchison bowls, it's driven up to mid-on. And all as they heard was the description of the, and they'd have thought, oh, that's good, because I finished with how many they needed and what they were on, so everybody would have been happy. Oh dear.
Well, the thing is that you see that what they're meant to do is give you cue and they run up to a bulletin, but they leave the music on all day, so I have to turn the cue off. So
delivery's defended into the onside. There's no run,
and occasionally there's a risk that you might not realise you're on the hour. But it did dawn on me that we must be coming up to 2 o'clock, and I looked down at my clock to see 7 minutes past 2 and thought, just missed the bulletin just as you then said it. So it must have dawned on us both at the same time.
I've just sent Wesley a grovelling apology on flash note. This one is guided down towards backward point. There was a dive there by Anuj Dahl. He's almost going to catch Wayne Madsen here. In fact, he stops. Madsen gives it to him, and Dahl throws it in and pick Wayne's cap up for him as well, like a gentleman, which he does. And they go through for 3 runs there, I fancy. Let's see if he moves on to 7, and Durham to 76 for 2. It was also the last ball of the over. A bit of a hybrid of an over, because we were busy prattling around really. So Anuj Dahl is back to my over now. Anna's Dahl is... I somehow just took that last one off here, sorry. Anna's Dahl's going to continue. Of course he is. 2 for 9 from 4 overs. Why wouldn't he continue?
Apparently our listeners heard you.
Did they?
During the 2 o'clock.
Oh, well, that would have been all right. Yeah.
So you can technically you were on air at 2.
Dahl is in, and that's driven straight down the ground. Across comes Petman to pick up. They get through for a single. One more to Borthwick. He moves to 8. Do I invoice? Do you give me the name of the person I invoiced for that one? I don't know what they did. Well, they probably would have heard me on Radio Derby as well. Perhaps they think you've gone home. Bit awkward. Again, apologies to everybody. Here's Dahl. I'll be there for 1/2 bowled. That's on leg stump and clipped into the leg side where it's fielded by Wayne Madsen at mid-wicket.
Well, what I would do is ring our office and get them to send your lot the ROT of our 2 o'clock just to prove you were there.
Well, they'll have known I was here because they'll have had the same thing. Yeah.
I might listen back on BBC Sounds and just see what it sounded like.
Yeah, go on. Get it up. Dahl bowls. That one is defended out into the offside. Be easy to find, wouldn't it? It's the start of a new show, isn't it, as well? So it's the start of a new segment, so it'd be right at the top of the hour.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it. I don't find it massively intuitive, though, BBC Sounds.
It's not, is it?
Not when you want to get local radio. You have to do all sorts of things, which is slightly ridiculous. But it goes Dahl, and that one is driven into the ground and up towards mid-on by Maddinson, and there is no run. Right, I've got Radio Newcastle now. That's a start. Oh, Anna Foster's show as well. She'll not be happy. She won't be happy with me.
Anna's nice.
Yeah, it doesn't mean she's going to be particularly pleased with the cricket in the news bulletin going wrong. That one's defended into the onside by Maddinson.
It would be about nearly 5 minutes into the bulletin, by the way.
So if I press that 15 times, 14 times.
It's a nice picture of Anna on there.
It is, isn't it?
We've all just had new pictures done recently.
Yes, yeah, we have. Yeah. Haven't seen them yet. I look like a fat old bloke with a beard. I've no idea how that's happened.
I look like that, but without the beard. I had a checky shirt on, which I'm not sure did me any favours, really.
Dahl around the wicket, bowls to Maddinson, who drives it straight down the ground. That'll be 4. Nice shot. It was a dive from Wayne Madsen at the straighter of the 2 mid-wickets, but he couldn't get anywhere near it. Maddinson is off the mark with that boundary, and at the end of the over, Durham at 81 for 2. 59 overs left in the day. They need 305 to win. Derbyshire need 8 wickets now.
William says, apologies, we misidentified the catcher. We assumed it was Madsen at slip. That's like misspeaking, isn't it, really?
You know about assumptions.
I don't know. Was that the cat? No one's ever told me the outcome of that story. They just presume everybody knows. Yeah, they did well. They did very well. Handled it well. Maddinson is the new batsman. Was what came out on air from Dave there. Yeah. So we know what was said on Radio Newcastle. So this is quite good fun, this, Dave, isn't this? Passes the hours. What we're going to see here? Change of bowling. Is this Connors coming back into the attack? It's Lewis Rees. Going to see a bit left arm bowling then, are we? Left arm over from the Lumley end to Borthwick. Borthwick plays it to short mid-wicket. There are 2 fielders in there. this, Reese? Borthwick turns out through Tim Medwick. How could they hear you there?
Because this goes back to Derby.
Ah, right, yeah.
Yeah, they've got the feed.
Right. It sounded like you were on mic. I thought, I thought you normally switched mic headphones, but right.
I do, but if we both did it on through this box, we'd be talking over each other, wouldn't we?
Well, yeah. It's just my head computing things again. I don't think Dave was expecting us.
Ajmal Shahzad is almost out to the square there, giving some instructions to Anuj Dal. Interesting. Yeah, sorry, Wesley. If you're listening, well, you're not listening, are you? But nor is he reading his flash notes. Oh dear.
This is defended by Maddinson off Reese. Roundabout off stump. Yeah, well, you've got to laugh, I suppose. $82 for 2, 304 more needed. Maddinson leans into a length ball and off stump, plays it up to mid-on, no run.
I'm sure if Sally might pass comment, but she didn't. They're obviously all very annoyed with me now.
It's probably what they've come to expect, really.
Well, I've got a ready-made excuse. I spent most of my lunchtime with them, and it's thrown me. It's completely thrown me. I don't know what I was talking about either. Oh dear.
In comes the bowler. It's guided away down towards vacant third man by Maddinson, and that's going to go for 4, and it does. Crosses her up now.
He needs to get this ball to swing, Lewis Reese, if he possibly can. Mikey Cup, it might be on again. Looks like Wayne Madson's off the field at the moment, away to the left-hand side. Extra too many cups of tea at lunch. He's 38.
Reese into Maddinson, and that's played to Dahl at backward point. And that is the end of the 26th over. Durham are 86 for 2. And they need another 300. You missed the bin from there. They need another 300 to win. Oh, it's you. I was wondering who'd been putting that in there yesterday.
What?
That. What you just missed the bin with there.
Well, everyone's gone in the bin so far, apart from that one. And I'm nothing if not tidy. Yeah, 300 from 58 overs. Over 5 and over required. Which is quite a lot in first class cricket.
Is today the anniversary of England winning the World Cup? 3 years ago.
No idea. Dahl is in and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Borthwick, out towards mid-wicket. Aitchison does the fielding. 87 for 2.
Remember, Durham were playing Worcestershire here in the only game that season in the county championship which actually started on a weekend. And England beat New Zealand.
Derbyshire were in Chesterfield.
Leicestershire have just declared on 756 for 4.
Not bad. This one's driven by Maddinson up to Billy Coleman at mid-off. They'll have a nice lead there, won't they?
Colin Ackerman finished on 277. Vian Mulder was undefeated on 235. England have lost the wicket because Ben Stokes is hitting out into the middle. They're 78 for 2 against India.
Still one of the few commentators who've seen a match in which there were 3 double centuries, although Adrian's now seen 5 there, because if he's down at Sussex, that one is guided out into the offside by Maddinson. Cartwright does the fielding. 88 for 2, Maddinson up to 9. Yeah, we had 3 double centuries in the game between Derbyshire and Sussex at Derby. That was great.
Well, I wasn't at the Durham game there this year, but Durham had a pretty poor first innings and were quite a long way behind, and then the second innings The opening stand was nearly a Durham record. It was one short of a Durham record, I think. It was Alex Lees was eventually out in the 92nd over after putting on 313 runs with Sean Dixon. Lees made 105, Dixon then went on to make 186. I think there'd been double hundreds in that match as well, hadn't there?
Dahl failed to deliver the ball last time. He's delivered it this time, and it's beaten the edge of Borthwick's bat as he tried to guide it down into the vacant third man area.
Pujara made 203 in the Sussex innings of 538 after Durham were bowled out for just 223.
Well, he must have seen more double centuries than anybody than Adrian. That's 6 to our certain knowledge. Tom Hayne, as this next delivery keeps a little bit low. It's well defended by Borthwick out into the offside. I think Pujara got one at Derby as well. Shan Masood got one, obviously.
Well, that guy was outside.
Yeah, very much so this year. Very much so. There's 1,000 runs. And goes Dahl around the wicket, bowls to Borthwick, who drives very nicely, but there is a man out sweeping on the cover boundary. It's Sam Connors. So they only get a single. Borthwick moves to 11, 89 for 2 at the end of the over. Maddinson has 9. 57 overs remaining now. 297 is Durham's target, and Derbyshire, well, that's what they need to win at least. That isn't the target. And Derbyshire need 8 wickets.
There's quite a lot of low black clouds sitting right on top of us at the moment.
Get them off.
Get the lights on.
I'm surprised they haven't come on, to be fair. I mean, these windows are tinted, aren't they? But it's 23 minutes past 2. Do you think I should get ready for my half past and go and disappear? It would be terrible if I missed another one.
Here's Rees bowling to Borthwick, who turns that late off towards square leg for 1. Rees thought he'd got through his defences there.
Well, Madson's got his hands on his head as well.
Remember, one of my colleagues at an away game this season, he was there for every news bulletin and it never came to him. Bulletin after bulletin, so he rang up and complained, and then the next bulletin that came to him really early and he missed it. So. That was quite funny.
It can be awkward, can't it?
Rees cut by Maddinson. It's gone behind point and down towards wide third man for 4.
Cut, but not for the first time.
First cut is the deepest.
That one was slightly less deep.
It's not often true, that, is it? If you're trying to, do a bit of pork crackling.
Yeah, Adam News right until they sort the balls. Nothing will change. They are producing, or the suggestion was producing better wickets or pitches rather, so that they could.
Maddinson turns this to short mid-wicket, no run.
Produce bowlers for Test match cricket, but until the balls are any good, might as well just produce a cabbage patch and get the games over and done with.
After losing Hassan Azad to the first ball of the innings, Leicestershire made 756 for 4 against Sussex, who presumably imagined they were safe after running up 588, says Lawrence Booth on Twitter.
Who's that?
That's Graham Clark.
There we go, that's who it is. I've just had a message saying clearly not Jordan Henderson, but yeah, Graham Clark.
Doesn't look anything like Jordan Henderson.
It does if you've not got your glasses on and it's a long way away.
You're looking at your phone screen.
Yeah.
Dot ball across towards the mid-on area this time, no run.
It looked like Jordan Henderson out the corner of his eye. He's got a little glance of him. In fact, he was holding the European Cup.
Oh, that was aerial momentarily. It was a good 2 feet off the ground as he played that one up towards mid-off. Towards Godalming.
Wind's getting up. The rain could deny Derbyshire here, you know.
There's a van with its lights on in the shining through the sight screen.
Oh yeah. So which way's the weather coming?
Straight through the window. It's coming from the north now, isn't it? Well, I don't know. It's hard to tell with what's left of the Derbyshire flag. There's another 4 down to third man. There's no one in there.
I think they should put somebody there.
I think that might be wise. Manson finding that gap quite handy.
Only ask because there's blue sky away to our left, which is obviously
of your flag. There's
the west.
Oh, there's the 100 up.
The England flag is.
It's a northwesterly breeze at the minute, isn't it?
27.5. Yeah, 20. I'm not risking anything.
Are you going? Are you already? It's only Thursday. Let's hear what his apologies like. Reese into Maddinson. The keeper's now standing up to the stumps to keep Maddinson in his crease. That's a dot ball as it's defended, and that is the end of the over. The ball just trickling back up towards the bowler. So 100 for 2, Durham. And they need another 286 from 56 overs. Dahl, right arm round from the Finkel end, bowling to Borthwick. Borthwick plays the ball down into the ground and out into the offside. No run there. Dahl starts his run up. Too short on the leg side for Borthwick, and the ball this time played off the back foot up to Godalming at mid-off. Got Wayne Madsen in it short mid-wicket, and Lewis Reese, who is now wearing a cap. Doesn't normally wear a cap. One slip in place and deploy. He has his hands in his pockets at the moment. Now he's ready as Dahl comes in. Slowish Yorker dug away by Borthwick out the short mid-wicket, and quite a bit of dust coming up as he played that one. Dahl once more comes in. Borthwick plays and misses at a ball outside the off stump, and the keeper's got the bails off in a nanosecond there. Batsman never left the crease though, but he was looking to cut. Borthwick back to his guard as Dahl starts his run up, and this is fended away short on the leg side. Here's his apology. Dahl bowls, and That's right, on the middle stump, played back to him. Dot ball. 100 for 2, it's a maiden. I think Durham just pushed themselves on towards tee here. See where they are at tee, whether there's a realistic chance of them actually going after these runs. I mean, they still need another 286. So they last 5 overs have been going at 4.6 an over, which is what they started off needing. But the current run rate is 3.5 and over. For 2, 55 overs remaining, 286 still needed to win. Maddinson is now on strike. Lewis Rees is going to come. No, he's not. He's been replaced by Connors. That's gone down the leg side. Rees wasn't on long there. No. The giveaway was the white sweatband on the left forearm of Connors as he comes in. So he bowled 4 overs early and on for 17. Apology has been completed and he's now back with me. I've never seen a reporter do an update into a news programme on their knees with their hands in a praying position. That was a new one.
Totally unprofessional.
Connors in, defended by Maddinson around about middle and leg.
AccuWeather have just sent me one of those messages that you get popping up. Has one popped up on yours yet?
No.
23-year-old American man has fallen into the crater of Mount Vesuvius trying to retrieve his phone.
You'll not get a signal in there.
It seems rather daft. I wouldn't recommend it, certainly.
That's the one at Naples, isn't it, Mount Vesuvius?
Yeah, see Naples and...
Is it even active anymore, that or not?
I don't know.
Connors in. Oh, and Maddinson looks to hook a bouncer down the leg side and plays and misses. I was in on the Amalfi Peninsula, early 90s, looking at where were we? Lovely little town, not Amalfi, but just down the road. And great views back across towards Naples and the mountain. And when it erupted, that was what brought about Pompeii disappeared underneath all the ash. Didn't it? Connors in, an inside edge there. I thought he'd bowled him there, but he's got a thick inside edge onto the back thigh pad, and that's just bounced away from the target.
Still regarded as active.
Is it? Yeah. Quite an interesting drive up the motorway from there up to. You go up from Naples back up to Rome. You pass Monte Cassino on the mountain top. It's incredible because it just rises out of nowhere. The mountain that it sits on. Connors in again, and this is guided off down towards fine leg for 1 run.
It's regarded as one of the most dangerous volcanoes in the world because the population of 3 million living near enough to be affected, with 600,000 people living in the danger zone. Wow.
Yeah. We went over to...
Pliny gets another mention as well. Sorry, go on.
We went over to Montserrat in 2004 when we were in Antigua watching England play the West Indies, and we had a day trip over there, and that volcano had been considered dormant, and just a few weeks before it actually blew, steam started to come out of the rocks and stuff again. Oh, what a ball! What an absolute corker of a ball from Connors, and that has cleaned up Borthwick. He's been absolutely done there. Yorked. Well, he's gone down on his knees, but it's destroyed his stumps. He is out for 12, and Derbyshire making progress here. And the ball is not quite puddingy yet, so said from about 30 overs onwards it would start to soften, but that was a cracking delivery from Connors.
Wasn't it? Look at that, the middle and leg it's hit, mostly leg by the look of it. It's only 285. Derbyshire now needs 7 wickets. Terrific delivery from Sam Connors. 34 balls. Scott Borthwick didn't hit a boundary in his innings of 12. And well, Derbyshire will be starting to believe now, I fancy. They're very right to, but this should be David Beddingham, I think, shouldn't it? So Beddingham and Maddinson, 2 very high-class operators. They'll do well to get rid of one of these 2.
Well, the problem from Beddingham's point of view is that he's not played much for quite a while now, since around about early May, and he missed a game at Lords with a back strain. Was sporadic through the T20s. Then
that ball, it wasn't massively full. There was a good length, and it just hasn't
gone up, has it?
It hasn't bounced at all. He might have brushed his pad on the way through, and it's hit low down on the. I've said leg stump before because he's left-handed. It was the off stump. Barely a quarter of the way up the stump. That is almost unplayable. Scott Borthwick stood no chance there. Absolutely no chance whatsoever. Connors is in on the act now as well. 1 for 18 from his 5 overs. That was the last ball of the over to Anuj Dal, who has picked up 2 for 17. He's going to continue. He is capable, it has to be said. He's very capable of bowling an exceptionally quick delivery. Is Sam Connors, and that might just have been a little bit more pace, and the lack of bounce has absolutely done for Scott Borthwick. Here's Anuj Dal then around the wicket, bowling to Nick Maddinson, who's on 18, and Maddinson turns that one into the leg side and will pick up a single as in off the boundary trots Ben Aitchison to do the fielding. Score moves on to 102 for 3. Maddinson up to 19. It brings Beddingham onto strike for the first time in his innings. Tea, of course, is at 20-4 on the last day, just in case you were planning your afternoon. So in about an hour's time, the players will go off for tea. It'll be fascinating to see where we are by that point. Be a very long evening session because Derbyshire won't rush through these overs, I don't think. 2 mid-wickets in again. Dahl bowls to Beddingham, who just guides this out into the offside. It's fielded at cover by Lewis Rees, moving on to the coconut stroke hemp stroke Hessian matting. It's probably none of those 3. Be some man-made fibre of some description. The ball has been passed from Wayne Madsen to Hilton Cartwright, who's run across the pitch. He's swapped places with Lewis Rees. Rees has gone into the square of the 2 mid-wickets. Madsen is the straighter, and Hilton Cartwright's gone into the covers. Dahl is in the bowl at Beddingham, and that's turned towards Lewis Rees, who stops it really nicely with his right hand, and he gets a low 5 from Wayne Madsen. I think those 2 are probably in the wrong position, although because if the ball goes in between them, they'll both want to go for it. Well, I suppose if they were the other way around, neither of them would want to go for it. Madsen right-handed, Rees left-handed. But anyway, I'm sure they know what they're doing. As Dahl is in and bowls to Beddingham, it goes back into his stumps and pushes it up to Billy Godalman at mid-off. And there is no run. So 102 for 3. In the 31st over, they'll have to really look after this cricket ball now. Well, Derbyshire to make sure that it doesn't deteriorate too much. I'm not sure there's an awful lot you can do to look after a cricket ball that just falls apart. Martin's laughing at something. Here's Dahl in again. Oh, and that's got through everything. No, it hasn't. It's come out onto the onside. How's that? What did it hit? Might have hit the wicket keeper.
Hit the keeper, I think.
Yeah, that seemed to go through everything. I think it has hit
the keeper.
Hit the keeper and bounced into the onside. Go on.
Andrew has emailed. He says, "Hi Marty, I've thoroughly been entertained by the commentary the last 4 days, particularly Dave's grumpy old man style. Keep it up, both of you. Regards, Andrew from sunny Maplethorpe."
You should have seen me when I was covering Derbyshire when they were rubbish. This is less grumpy by a long way. This one is defended by bedding him up towards mid-on. Billy Godwin, no, Petman, who wearing Billy Godwin's sweater, does the fielding, because Billy Godwin wearing his own sweaters at mid-off. And it's the end of the Dial over. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 18. Sam Connors, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18. And Connors will continue after that successful over, in which he got a wicket from the last ball to dismiss Scott Borthwick for 12. 2 of the batsmen who've gone have been bowled.
Tony says, I've been back from work for about 6 overs, but not heard you describe the ball being changed. Have they suddenly fixed the issue overnight? He wonders.
Won't be long, Tony, won't be long.
Katie says, we were listening to you from Pompeii and the Amalfi Coast earlier in the spring. I think it was the Nottinghamshire game.
Well, having Dave Bracegirdle in your ears when you were looking at that beautiful view didn't spoil it
Enough
for you.
to turn you to stone.
Yeah.
That was a Pompeii joke.
Yeah.
That's sort of played out through the covers there by Maddinson off Connors. What's the town called that we were in?
I've no idea, I wasn't with you.
Positano is a beautiful little part of the coast there. I remember parking up in this little trattoria just on the road out of town and going for some lunch, and then this thunderstorm came in. We were basically...
There we go again, a thunderstorm.
Yeah, we were basically trapped in there.
Everywhere you go, there's a thunderstorm.
Yeah. Well, we started to get a bit suspicious that this storm was going to be something special when the staff started putting sandbags against the door. So, whacks into the bottom of Maddinson's thigh pad there, and it was going down the leg side, no run. And then there was only me and my dad, my sister, and my dad's girlfriend in the time, and having this sort of late lunch, and then this storm came right across the bay from the Vesuvius area, and you could see the lightning and everything. The sky went black, and then the lights started to go, and we heard this generator crank into action in the kitchen, and the water coming down the hill, passing, and it was literally hammering into the sandbags and sort of leaping off them, and further on down the hill. Maddinson defends this one. We basically spent about 3 hours in this trattoria because there's nowhere for us to go. Couldn't get the roads were in a right state by that time. So what's the little Sorrento? That's where we were. Sorrento. That was quite nice. We set off one day to drive to Amalfi, but never got there because of that storm. Amalfi's right round the south end of the peninsula. But we were walking up and down the main street in Sorrento looking for something to eat one night. There's Connors bowls to Maddinson. That's away down the leg side. He's appealing for LBW, but it looked a long way across to the leg side. It's cut off, and they're going to run 2 leg byes. And there were all these lovely Italian restaurants and beautiful menus and all this kind of thing. And we'd had some really lovely meals in Rome the days before that. Some real good Italian stuff.
Pizza.
Yeah, pastas and all kinds, really nice. And then we walked past this English pub called the Red Lion, and there was a poster in the window for egg and chips, and we started to laugh. Who on earth comes on holiday to somewhere as gorgeous as this and has egg and chips? They were the most delicious egg and chips I've ever had. I don't even eat egg and chips. That's defended by Maddinson off.
You've
Connors
answered your own question. Yeah. Oh, it's us. Excellent.
Yeah. Yeah, we wandered down and we looked at all these other restaurants, and then somebody said egg and chips. That doesn't sound too bad, you know. I can't remember the last time we had egg and chips. Very tasty it was too.
Good. I don't mind egg and chips.
Maddinson facing the bowler here, Connors. That's played off towards short mid-wicket, no run. End of the over. 1:45, Dave.
Yeah, not far away from an update. A man from Sunderland says that Sorrento is quite nice. Says not Fred. Thank you. I wish I'd have spotted that straight away. I've been all over it.
Yeah.
Mikey Cohen's
well,
on
actually, you see,
his dial's going off, so we're going to have a change of bowling here.
It was late autumn by the time we got there, so the weather wasn't the best. We wanted to try and get over to the Isle of Capri one day, but the boat service was cancelled that day because the sea was too rough. There's a famous actress lived on Capri for a while, wasn't there? Was it Jane Mansfield or something?
Not Gina Lola Brigida. Norman says it's great. You mentioned Mablethorpe on commentary, haven't you? Yeah, it's good to hear Mablethorpe on commentary. He's
Gracie Fields it
was.
was.
There for the first 2 weeks in September, that's the month. So it's a family joke nowadays. Norman, who was the Queen's Park groundsman, as was his dad. Chesterfield. Changing the bowling as Ben Aitchison is on from the Finkel end, and that one is driven slightly aerially out towards extra cover for 4 runs. There was a dive there from Hilton Cartwright. I don't think he got anywhere near it, but it was in the air for a while off David Beddingham's bat, which is presumably why there was a little bit of excitement, but not much.
It's got a cinema in Mablethorpe.
Electricity and everything, I think, there now, Martin. Yeah.
Tide's out. It's on the Lincolnshire coast.
Indeed.
We had this discussion about where it was a few weeks ago because I'd forgotten.
I knew where it was. You don't have to ask me, really. It's just some bowls. That one's defended into the onside by Beddingham, picked up by Madsen.
I think somebody pointed out that there were a lot of Thorpes across that corner of the world and down through Yorkshire. And
yeah, no, there are.
I can't remember what it meant. And it was
probably means gathering or town, doesn't it, or village? Look it up. This one's outside the off stump, doesn't bounce, but again, it's too wide of the off stump for Beddingham to be too interested in it. There's a few around where I was brought up.
Yeah, it was Gracie Fields who lived on the Isle of Capri.
She wasn't born there though. She was from Rochdale.
From Rochdale, yeah. From Rochdale to Capri.
Thorpe means hamlet or small village. This one is defended into the onside by Beddingham, fielded by Wayne Madsen.
Which language is it from? Is it Viking-ish or something?
I've just stopped looking at it now.
Norse.
So that's the surname Thorpe, but I imagine it's the same. As Aitchison is in, and that one keeps a bit low. Defended well enough in the end. Anglo-Saxon and Old Scandinavian origin. And this is the one we wanted. There we go. The ancient name of an Anglo-Saxon and Old Scandinavian origin. It's a locational surname from any of the places in England named with Old Norse or Old Danish element Thorpe. Or, as Aitchison bowled, that one's clipped into the leg side. They're going to pick up a single as Connors comes in from the boundary. Beddingham moves under 5, 111 for 3 at the end of the over, 21 to Maddinson. 51 overs to go, 275 is the target now. Or the rarer Old English pre-7th century throp. It's an area of Danish settlement, basically, Thorpe.
Right.
The boring police are on the phone to stop me. Get Fletcher off now. He's talking absolute nonsense. Never happened before. Banuj Dal's okay. Can't see him anywhere at the moment. Mikey Cohen is
probably gone for a rub down or change his boot or something. Corners from the Lumley end, bowling to Beddingham, who drives up to mid-off. To Godalming, no run there. Ball bobbling up there. Derbyshire have had 2 victories in Chester Street.
Not in my time.
2001 and 2004.
That was their last win, wasn't it? Yeah, 2004.
That's the only time they've won in the North East. Connors bowls. Beddingham defends. The ball bounces back to the bowler. So you reckon you get home what time tonight? About 9?
Yeah, I thought so. Hopefully.
Which way will you go? Around past Skipton over there?
I'm not sure. I'll go the way that tells me that it's quickest. I don't really like going across the M62 because it's horrible, but go on the...
It's a nice night, that drive over. Once you get over onto the top of Blubber Houses, you can see for miles, can't you? And then
I'd go across the A66, I think.
Oh, that way. Right.
Not sure.
Connors bowls, and Beddingham plays this towards the covers. Yeah, you got that new motorway that shoots back round towards Bolton, haven't you? It's a fast road that comes
61.
down.
Yeah. Come off at the football ground. I'm 2 minutes from there.
Yeah.
So.
Quite often, I've used that motorway quite a few times and see a lot of deer roaming the fields near Chorley.
Yeah, very rural. Tasty as well.
Connors bowls, and that's away for 4. That was a half volley outside of off stump. Beddingham just leaned into it and steered it away to Victor Main's seat at the near end of the castle stand. Easily done. Score moves on to 115 for 3. It's 8 minutes to, Dave.
Okay. About 5.5 and over the asking rate now, so
271 needed now from here.
It's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
2 more wickets, there'll be no handshakes.
No. Fifth ball of the over, Connors in. Oh, Beddingham. Did he play and miss, or did he tuck the bat in late there? I think that might have been a play and miss.
Certainly tried to give the impression that he'd tuck the bat in, which rather suggests that he didn't.
Yeah.
Is this the boy Dixon again? Who's this?
The
muscle vest down here to the right.
Yeah.
He's been on a dog stick collection hunt. He's got 3 of them.
I don't want to worry him, but he's lost a dog.
And the balls from the dog sticks.
Yeah.
Had a bit of a shocker there, really.
Connors, last ball of the over. Oh, that's 4 more. He set himself down there, Connors, because that was a half volley, just like the previous 4. It was wide and dispatched to that short boundary. It's only about 65 metres, maybe 70 metres to that boundary. I walked it the other day. I presume my stride's probably about 1 metre.
You reckon?
Yeah. Do you think I walk in yards rather than metres? Well, a metre's not that big, is it?
About that big.
Huh?
That's a metre, isn't it? Tip of your nose to the tip of your finger. Actually, that's more likely to be a yard.
Yeah, I was walking in yards, I think.
That's an inch on your thumb.
Yeah. Yeah, my thumbnail's about 1 inch wide. Oh,
no, not wide. The length of your thumb.
The length of your thumb?
Yeah, that's 1 inch.
Oh, yeah, it is. How come we've got the same length of thumbs?
Just the way it goes, isn't it?
Weird.
But Aitchison to continue from the Finkel end. That's way down the leg side. That's a wide. Well, it is. It would have been this morning because it'd been bowled by Liam Travaskis.
Farmers heading back up the fields again. Trailer load of hay number 3 will be coming back soon. It's those big round bales. You ever tried pushing one of them?
No. They never used to have. There used to be those square ones back when I was a kid. You could build houses out of them, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Hannes Dahl's ready to come back on. Aitchison is in and bowls. That one's on target this time and played straight back to him.
Or, if you live in the countryside and can't get planning permission, you could build a house behind a massive pile of them, as somebody once did.
Did they?
Yes. The locals got suspicious and eventually the council went to investigate, and behind this giant wall of hay bales was a luxury home.
Good effort. Aitchison bowls and it's driven straight back to him, into the ground and straight back to him by Maddinson. Beddingham's 13 has included 3 4s, so he hasn't done a lot of running yet.
Duran's on now. Don't say a prayer for me now.
Do you want to save it till the morning after?
Mm.
In goes Aitchison and bowls. That one's on leg stump and turned away by Maddinson fairly comfortably. When I've done my update, I might have to have drunk a full bottle of pop. Look, that was a huge mistake. I've been thrown completely by that lunchtime though.
Yeah. Your body clock's out now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything's out. Aitchison bowls. That one is driven into the ground and out towards the cover boundary where Sam Connors will do the fielding. First run off the over from the 5th delivery. Maddinson moves to 22 and Durham to 120 for 3.
Well, I don't really know what's going on with England. They're 105 for 5, but the hashtag BBC Cricket feed is full of people complaining about how bad it is. And how this is meant to be a new era in white ball cricket for England, how desperate they are. Ho-hum. Who's out then? What's the scorecard? Ben Stokes has just gone for 21.
You can only be good in either red or white ball, clearly, and now that they're better at red ball cricket, the county championship is blameless. It'll be the Royal London Cup's fault.
Yes.
Aitchison bowls final ball of the over. It goes to Madsen, who misses it.
Even though most of them never played Royal London Cup.
No,
they were in a franchise system at the time.
Never been in the Royal London Cup, have they? That's the end of the over, incidentally. 1 run from it. 120 for 3. 3 minutes to news. What do you reckon? Should I stay or should I go now?
Oh.
Ben Aitchison has now left the field.
Could be a bit of a clash there, couldn't it?
It took you a while, that, didn't it?
Do you know why? Because I went off down the big audio dynamite route instead.
I'll go if London are calling.
Yeah. I was never that keen on the clash, to be honest with you.
It wasn't Ben Aitchison who's left the field at all. He's a slip.
Sun's out. I think it's the first time we've seen the sun today.
Yeah. Too bright.
120 for 3. Maddinson on strike as Connors comes in right arm over from the Finkel end. That's played out towards the square leg boundary. 1 run. Peter Miller says there's real danger England aren't going to score enough runs for Kohli to score 100 today. Suggesting the new one-day coach has been sent as a spy by the Australians to ruin one-day cricket in England before being recalled home from his mission. Bit of blue sky around now. The murky dark stuff's drifting off towards the coast
where it belongs.
Here's Bedingham. Playing a miss there. I am here, but I am also commentating on the cricket, Anna.
Are they asking you questions?
Yes.
Excellent. I'm going.
She's just checking. She says, I'm here, Anna, I am here. Yep. 121 for 3. 265 more. Yes, I've just spoken to Anna. 265 more needed to win here. As Connors comes in right arm over, cut down into the ground by Bedingham around off stump. No run there. Wow, Duran's still playing. That's been a long one. It is 3 o'clock now. I've got to do my apology. In comes Connors bowls. Sharpish delivery there. Played away by Bedingham, who goes for a little walk off towards square leg, having jabbed his bat down on that one. That stayed really low around about leg stump. Sean says he's got the hot tub out and he's filling it, ready for a hot weekend, and he's very optimistic for a Durham win. Connors to Beddingham. Beddingham forward to that one, plays it up to mid-off.